Now also tied with Tampa for the third shortest odds to win the Super Bowl. The Eagles, led by quarterback Jalen Hurts, are indeed tops in the NFC, believes ESPN's Ryan Clark.
You're talking about this team, you're talking about the best football team in the NFC. And if you are having any early MVP conversations that do not include Jalen Hurts, you're actually not having the correct MVP conversation. That's real. That's how well this team is playing. That's how well this quarterback is playing.
Ryan Clark on Get Up. ESPN's Todd Archer reports Cowboys receiver Michael Gallup will be inactive against the Giants on Monday Night Football, 8:15 Eastern, ABC, ESPN TV, and ESPN2. His return from a torn ACL waits at least another week.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. We're close, convenient, and known for our guaranteed everyday low prices and excellent customer service from professional parts people you can trust. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
ESPN690 and Action Sports Jax presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year two pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! Well, what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him!
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
All right, right now I'm just trying to figure out who's better than the Jacksonville Jaguars in the AFC. The Dolphins are 3-0. Okay. The Bills? We'll go to Buffalo and beat those guys. No problem. Had a lot of success against them over the years.
True.
The Browns, come on, not even in the same stratosphere at 2-1. Baltimore Ravens, that'll be tough. Be a tough one. Be a good one. Be a tough one. Pittsburgh Steelers, no. The rest of the AFC South, we know who the best team in the AFC South is.
We do.
Denver Broncos 2-1. What a fraud.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, that's the ultimate fraud alert. And we'll find out in London. In the Kansas City Chiefs, I'll still give the nod to the Chiefs, maybe, but what about what the Colts did to them? Jags, one of the best teams in the AFC 3 weeks in.
There you go.
Well, they are.
It's true.
I don't think that's wrong. Like every statistical measure, they are. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, outside of the Dolphins, I'm not sure what fan base feels the best after 3 weeks other than probably the Bills, the Dolphins, and the Jags.
Yeah. I give you that.
Right? Well, Ravens feel really good.
And they gave up 28 points in a quarter.
Yeah, that still stings a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, you probably got to consider that might come back to bite you at some point.
We got a Super Bowl preview on the line now coming up in a week.
There you go. They feel pretty good about their team.
I got a college roommate, and he has a few kids that they all come down every summer, and so we spend time with them, and then we actually saw them last year up near their place, and so I texted them this afternoon. I have this group text, and I said, "You guys going to the game on Sunday? Watch the two best teams in the NFL?" And I have a younger guy. He's like, he really thought I was being serious, so it was kind of a fun conversation.
That's cool.
Hey, yeah, Jags. I'm not sure they're even in the top 10. It's but Philadelphia is definitely in the top 5. Philadelphia, best team in the league right now, maybe, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
They're playing really well.
My college roommate's in jail for drugs.
Well, I mean, my roommate's not, but I'm sure we probably had a couple of those guys. That might be the same.
You know.
Not the roommate. But anyway, Brent, Martineau, Kasey, Kuhrts. We had a good time Monday morning madness.
There you go. We did have a good
time.
On
ESPN690 this morning. And thanks, everybody, for jumping in on that show. And we continue the conversation about the Jags, but we have Maurice Jones-Drew on Mondays. We have Rashean Mathis on Mondays. Oh, those guys have been bullish on the Jags already, and should be a lot of fun to catch up with them. And now where they see this thing heading already, Maurice Jones-Drew was texting me, and he's already carrying receipts now about the Jags and what he was saying about the Jags. He's probably going to have a lot of fun when he joins us here in a few minutes. It's Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Always welcome to join the show. Even if you have a question for MOJO or Rashean Mathis, you can jump in on Twitter and Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. the phones will be locked up at that time.
They will be.
Well,
yes.
eventually, we're going to get to the point where we don't need those guys on the phone, and so then you can even ask a question. Probably by next week, we'll be able to do that. But
I'll keep the receipts.
I should say, maybe I won't say probably.
There
We got a hurricane coming in, which means nothing else is going to get done.
People are busy
for the next 3 weeks, 3 days, excuse me, here in the Jacksonville area. By the way, with that hurricane coming, make sure you check out Mike Barish, First Alert Weather Team, 104.5 WOKV, but of course Mike on CBS 47 and Fox 30. A lot of preparation going on. I think the folks over in Tampa are really bracing. We're going to keep an eye on the Seminoles game and the Gators game and a lot of high school football. Football is already changing, so we are going to have some issues with the storm. I think the Bucks play at home on Sunday, but I got to believe by Sunday that's not that much of a factor. But you never know. I mean, you get a lot of wind, get a lot of rain, you get a lot of power outages. And the thing about when you start moving, we're well versed at this. When you start moving things around because of hurricanes, a lot of times it's not because of the damage done or even potential damage done. It's because of the amount of people that are being used as resources to go help out what potentially could happen.
Yeah.
And that's why even the Florida game, I mean, remember the LSU game?
Mm-hmm.
That thing was a beautiful day. It turned out to be.
It did.
But it was everybody in Gainesville that was needed at the stadium. That also was needed elsewhere. So we could see a similar situation. Not yet, but Florida State has already canceled classes from tomorrow through Friday. And I think we're going to get a lot more of that.
I missed that.
Everybody's going to play it safe, and as they should, right? You don't want to not play it safe in these scenarios. But Tampa, I was thinking, looking at Tampa, I can't believe they haven't been hit by something like this in as long.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, that's surprising. You're in that area. You don't
Those are my people.
remember getting like hammered by a hurricane as a kid or something?
Well, yeah, as a kid. I mean, there's a difference between recently and then. Like, yeah, it's happened. The last one that was kind of wild was me and Amanda were the only idiots. So the whole interstate was going north, and we went south because both of our parents lived there, and we thought that was the good idea. We were going to stop the hurricane ourselves.
Well, we shouldn't get stuck in traffic.
That's true. No, I'm literally, bro, we were going like 85 with nobody around. The other side wasn't moving for the whole way. It was crazy. But that was like maybe 16 or 17. I was definitely at UNF. Me and Amanda were both here, and we went back. But that was the last one I remember. By the way, Matt Master says that his sister-in-law is coming from Tampa up here, or wherever Matt's at. I just sent my sister-in-law to Tampa. She was at our house for like the weekend, and I just sent her home.
Go home.
Yeah.
Go home and deal with Ian.
So someone's not winning brother-in-law of the year award. It's not going to be me.
All right. Hey, defensive rookie of the year honors, maybe Devin Lloyd. Head coach of the year honors, could be Doug Peterson. Could be a lot of victories for the Jacksonville Jaguars in the award ceremony 3 weeks into the year. And Jags have the top two rookies maybe on defense in the class as of right now, the way they are playing. Mm-hmm. And that's where I want to start today, because we're going to talk a ton about Trevor as well. We're going to have Maurice Jones-Drew on. We talk about James Robinson. We'll talk about the defense some more in terms of specifics and the young guys with Rashean, Mathis, and just the entirety of the football team. But we spent a couple hours talking this morning. We talk every day about the Jags. This has been a lot of fun, right? I mean, it's absolutely a blast to talk about the Jags in this way, and a bit unexpected. Actually, totally unexpected to look like this. 24-0 and 38-10. Could I have seen the Jags with a couple wins in the first 3 weeks? Yeah, I don't think that was hard to find necessarily, but we thought it would come against Washington, maybe Indianapolis, and then they'd run into a little trouble with the Chargers and the Eagles. So 2-2 at the end of 4 might still happen. Maybe not the way we thought, but that's the NFL. That kind of happens. The big difference here is the emphatic way they're winning games and what they're doing to put teams away in the second half. And so that's the fun part. But it's all set up with two very critical elements. One, a defense that's opportunistic and leads the league in turnovers right now and turnover margin. And the other is an offense that's grinding out 14-play, 12-play drives that are just chewing up the clock and making this defensive unit really fresh. And the way we're seeing that work together is just how any coach would draw it up and how any player would draw it up. You just couldn't do it better right now than the Jags are doing it. And that's not going to sustain itself for 17 games. Like, we know that. Mm-hmm. It's just not realistic. But they're doing it these last couple of weeks. And when you do that well and you keep the ball and don't turn it over, you get these kind of results. I mean, you can blow people out because you're beating them up on both sides of the ball. I mean, Rashean Mathis joined us a couple weeks ago. I thought he said something really interesting, Kasey. He was like, usually one side of the ball can be dominant in a game. The other side usually is getting beat. And so that's what keeps people in it. But to have both dominant, then you would blow people out most weeks.
Yeah.
And the Jags have been dominant on both sides of the ball.
For 2 straight weeks. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And what are the odds? We thought the defense was going to be pretty good. I don't know if we thought it was going to be this good. But I don't think we were sitting here saying the offense was going to be dominant.
No.
Better, but not dominant. And that's what it's been for 2 straight weeks.
So where I want to take this conversation is Mike Caldwell, the defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Incredible.
Now, we're giving a lot of love to Doug Peterson. He should get it. But maybe Doug Peterson should also get a lot of love for building a staff and what these guys are doing and the coaching that is evident and obvious, the preparation. Doug can't take all care of that by himself. The offensive line plays better. Rauscher's doing a good job. The defense at all levels playing well. And Mike Caldwell, this first-time defensive coordinator, former player, he was part of Todd Bowles and what they did over there in Tampa. And he's come here and outside of like early 10 minutes, 15 minutes against Washington and 2 touchdowns, and one was on a really good play against Washington, he has been unbelievable. They have been unbelievable. And they have quickly learned from those mistakes in Washington. And I just can't believe how well they're all playing together. I mean, it's a new group. It's a new defensive coordinator. It's a new defense. And to have them playing this good this early, I just think that's about as unexpected gets.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him some athletes, right? And they put some resources into it. They have good players on the other side, but just because you have good players doesn't mean you're always going to win. And he figured out a way to get these guys to work together and play together, and it's been really good, like you said, outside of the first couple of drives. But, yeah, I don't think he gets enough credit because, again, it's week 3, and they're this good right now. If they're on still like a up trajectory, like if there's still room to grow here on the defensive side of the ball, who knows? Literally, the sky's the limit. You bring 17 back into play and maybe better if they are getting better. So yet to be seen, of course, and you play the Eagles, which will be tough, but this guy deserves a lot of credit, especially 3 games into his defensive coordinator career.
Yeah, and I don't want to just pass over what you just said there because the way I envisioned this season going on a lot of different levels, we mentioned this with Devin Lloyd earlier today, and we saw this happen with Tyson Campbell even with a nightmarish season that the Jags had last year, is you could see young players having some struggle moments, showing you a few signs in the first half of the season. And maybe it's 5 weeks, maybe it's 6 weeks, maybe it's 8 weeks. But then you like to see him come on. And Tyson was just the poster child for that. He struggled in the first half of last year. People were scratching their heads. Mm-hmm. And then he really came on. And we think he's good. He still struggles a little bit getting his head around. And hopefully that's like the last part of it for Tyson Campbell. But if someone throws early against him and puts a jump ball up there, he's usually in good coverage but doesn't find the ball. I'm not smart enough to know, do you get better at that? Can you fix that? We'll ask Rashean Mathis a little bit about that. But to me, it's like his only flaw in his game is that he just doesn't turn quick enough to knock it away and maybe even get some picks. But his coverage is tremendous, like every time.
Yeah.
It's got to be a perfect play. The Mike Williams play was a beautiful throw, beautiful catch, and I didn't even think he got his heel in at first, but he just scraped that thing. Like, that's how good you have to be against Tyson Campbell, even with his head not turned around.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Devin Lloyd, this is the guy that's like, wow, Trayvon Walker. I mean, look at the breakdowns of videos across the National Football League. And even though he's not intercepting and sacking like he did in week 1, he's still wreaking havoc on defenses, on offenses. The 3rd and 1, he got Eckler off to the side. He blew up his block, and boom, they had to punt it away early on. Yeah. That was Trayvon Walker blowing up that play. And he got some help at the end, Rashean Jenkins, I think, too. But that was Trayvon Walker. He and Josh Allen are not always showing up in the stat sheet, but they're doing some big things. But I just can't believe how quickly these young guys are doing it. You do it with talent, but you got to understand. And Devin Lloyd's playing in space, you know? And for him to play in that much space, you got to understand what you're doing, understand the defense. He missed so much time. I thought this would take longer for him. And so the point that you made about, man, where does this go from here if they're playing this well early, I think is an extremely valid point. You got Darius Williams, who hasn't played with this group much, right?
Yeah.
You've got Cisco, who's hardly played in the NFL. Rashean Jenkins missed a lot of time. Oluwakin just came over. Devin Lloyd, we said, heck, I think they feel comfortable putting Muma in there. You got Kasey feeling things. I mean, these guys, I know they had training camp, but to be this much in sync this early, I got to believe Mike Caldwell is really good at coaching the details of the defense and his staff, by the way. Let me just group everybody in. But we're highlighting Mike Caldwell here. And I got to believe he's a really good communicator. And those things were missing last year especially. They've probably been missing at times across this franchise the last 15 years. But to be able to be at this level already on defense and this much in sync, I just think you have to give a hat tip to Caldwell and the way he goes about it.
You absolutely do. There's no doubt. He's, as you said eloquently, he's obviously a good coach. So, yeah, I'm with that. He's figured out a way to get these guys to play together 3 weeks in. Devin Lloyd just amazes me, by the way. Like you mentioned Trayvon Walker, he amazes me too. But Devin Lloyd didn't practice at all hardly. Played a half of football in a preseason game or however long he played in that game. He played one bad half to start his NFL career, and since then has been incredible.
Really has been good.
All it takes is a half for this guy to get acclimated to the toughest league in the sport.
And, Kasey, let me add one other element about the defense. I don't think you've seen the evolution of it yet. Because Trayvon Walker is going to be able to play multiple positions on this defense. Devin Lloyd's going to be able to rush the passer. Yes. And that's just those two guys. Like, I'm not even talking about anybody else. But we know they have the skill set to do that stuff. And we're not even seeing it. So, I mean, this defense is really good right now. And look at all the measurables and stats. 3 weeks in, they're one of the best in the league. They're giving up 12.7 a game. They're 55 yards rushing a game. They said they were going to be dominant. They are dominant against the run.
I think
so much to like.
Quickly, I think the evolution is when will they be in a game? Because obviously it's week 3, but there will come a time where they have to win the game because the offense is, doing whatever it is. Can they win when they only get 13 points?
Yeah.
That'll be the next evolution of it.
Yeah, they get that big stop, right? Because they didn't against Washington. Right? So can they get the big one? They're good front runners, and that's okay. Dominant defenses are good front runners.
Yeah.
That's not a negative thing. We'll be back. Brent and Friends rolls on. Maurice Jones-Drew joins us about the Jags being 2-1, first place in the AFC South, and a 2-game win streak. It's next on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Pretty hot day today and a good deal of sunshine. Highs near 90. Increasing cloudiness tonight near 70 and becoming partly to mostly cloudy and rather humid tomorrow. A few showers developing especially south of Interstate 10 later in the day and into the evening with highs near 85. Clouds, rain, and a few storms increase then for Wednesday with highs in the upper 70s. With your First Alert forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys.
Call me, Mark Anajar, at the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000 for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
Office in Jacksonville.
We're ready to deal. Best Bet St. Augustine is now open. Experience the best in poker, simulcast wagering, and fun card games for all levels at Best Bet St. Augustine. Best Bet's newest card room features 49 gaming tables, a state-of-the-art sports bar, delicious wings, a full-service bar, and freshly made sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday and 24 hours on the weekends. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive, right off exit 311. For promotions, go to bestbetjax.com.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Hey, boss, look. The ding-dong doorbell cameras made the news again.
Again? You would think that mega company that bought them out would be more buttoned up.
You would think. But now some homeowners are upset they shared camera footage without their consent.
Huh. Being a crook and all, one thing we know is that home security systems are not created equal.
That's for sure.
I mean, take SafeTouch Security. I don't pretend to know about their video monitoring encryptions or algorithms or their flux capacitor or whatever.
Wait, what?
Whatever it is they do, it works. That's why you don't hear about SafeTouch cameras in the news.
Encryptions, algorithms, and flux capacitors?
Never mind. It's also why we have the Crooks Arrest Golden Rule. Stay away from safe touch houses. Stick to that and we'll be fine.
Crooks know to stay away from Safe Touch houses. Hi, I'm Lester Jackson, president of Safe Touch Security Systems. No one beats our technology or our price.
Call Safe Touch today at 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State license number EF233. Flux capacitor not included.
I can walk again. I can cross my legs again. I can wear heels again.
After years of living with chronic joint pain, Andrea Southard is now living a normal life, pain-free, thanks to natural biologic treatments at QC Kinetics.
We tried everything, and my husband had heard the commercial for QC Kinetics on the radio, and he told me to call him and check it out.
That phone call changed Andrea's life. QC Kinetics used powerful natural biologics to treat her aching joints. It's high-tech precision medicine that can restore and repair damaged joint tissue with no surgery and no drugs, providing lasting relief.
I felt like I was in my 20s again. I could tie my own shoes. Really the little things that you don't think about.
Pain in your hips, knees, back, shoulders? Get rid of the pain now. Call QC Kinetics.
904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 5522. QC Kinetics. 904-274-5522.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Dave Benyon here with Zero Res. Fall is my favorite time of year. It's cooling down outside, and it's perfect weather for cleaning carpets and tile. For September, get your 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for $129, and we'll clean a 4th room for free. Zero Res spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch Salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN690 social media platforms.
Yeah, it's 24 hours. You know, you enjoy it for 24 hours and you're on to the next. It's short-lived in this league, and it's unfortunate. But we're definitely going to enjoy this on the 4-hour ride home and get some sleep and turn around and do it again.
That is Doug Peterson, and that is a mantra that he is trying to stress with this football team, is enjoy it, get the dubs, but then go right back to work. And if you lose, get right back to work. That's a mentality you got to have as a football player, probably at any level, really. I've always been astonished by that because we sit here and talk about it for like 5 days. And they really do get by it. Like after a day, by Tuesday afternoon, it's like, I'm on to Philadelphia. Or even Monday night. It's a weird way to be programmed.
I won't be over it until like at least Thursday.
I'll still be talking about it Sunday morning on ESPN690 Game Day Live with you guys when I'm up in Philly.
It's true. We'll be here. We'll be talking. We'll be chatting about it.
But they're not allowed to. Like, it always has fascinated me. That is a different world. Like, that's not how the world operates for most of us. And, well, it once did for this guy. Let's welcome in Maurice Jones-Drew, where he's probably about to give us a bunch of I told you so's. Maurice has felt both sides of that. You probably want to talk about this Jags win for the next week, even though you know those guys are done with it by midnight tonight, Maurice.
No, not at all, guys. Not at all. You know, I listen, you're right. I'm going to give you one I told you so. I wasn't nervous about the Jags going over to L.A. to play the Chargers. I thought I was really excited because it was a great opportunity to showcase their abilities. When you watch their tape, they're playing like a top 10 team in the National Football League. I know that people talk about that first loss, and we kind of went through it a little bit and how things didn't really go the way that they planned to go. But they had control of that game for majority of that game. Then you come back week 2, you put it on the Colts, who, like I told you guys, I had them as one of the top teams in the AFC with what was going on. We just saw them knock off the Chiefs. And so for me, it was just an opportunity for the Jags to showcase their true abilities. And Brent, we text all the time, and I text you, I said, the Jags coaches do a great job of putting their players in position to be successful on both sides of the ball. And you see that play after play after play. And that's important because it builds confidence not only in the players but in the coaches. And you see those guys playing faster. They're playing like they're not thinking as much, and they know what's going on. They know what they're going to see. They know what looks they're going to get, and they're executing at a high level.
Maurice Jones-Drew with us here on ESPN 690. Personal question. I just thought of this because Kasey, he dialed you up and he said, "Hey, Maurice." And then I just welcomed you in and I said, "Hey, Maurice." And I never call you Maurice. So I usually say MJD or MOJO or something. Like a lot of people call you Maurice, or who calls you Maurice?
I always tell people, call me whatever you want, just don't call me broke. No, I'm just joking. I'm just playing. No, I mean.
Well, they don't have to worry about that.
Well, especially now because I'm working with you all. You guys are cashing me out. I appreciate it. You're helping me out over here as I'm trying to have, keep these 3 kids of mine in check and take all this other stuff. Anyways, no, Maurice is always, Maurice is just, it's my name. That's what I've been known by, but MOJO and MJD have been names that I've been given from people in Jacksonville and throughout the national media, so it doesn't bother me much. Just like the Jags winning the way they won doesn't bother me much. It's expected now.
Yeah, and you know what? You just said that, and I think you're right. I think it is expected in that locker room. Like, they think they're good. You've had those moments, right? Like, you don't know in camp. You have hope, but you really don't know. And you told us last week, you really don't know about a football team for a month in. Well, they might have found out about themselves a little bit earlier than that, MOJO. I think they know they're pretty good. Like, I don't know if they know how good they can be, but I think they know they're pretty good inside that locker room.
Well, I think, again, we said week 3, week 4 is when you kind of figure out who you are as a team. And, week 1, I thought they showed a ton of promise, like I said. Week 2, you dominated. But the key for me was, and again, this happened when I was with the Jaguars. This happened a lot in the Jaguars teams in the past. When you win one, it's like, oh my God, we won one. Yes. Awesome, we're throwing party. Like no.
Hey, can you blame us?
No, I'm not blaming you, but it's not about you all or me. It's about the team, how they handled that win versus the Colts. I remember seeing things on Twitter of the Jags just walking back in like it was another day, and I said, "Ooh, that's scary," because to beat the Colts the way you beat them and then not celebrate it like you did it, like this is what we expected to do, and then you get on the flight and you double down with a 38-10 victory over the Chargers, and regardless if their quarterback is hurt or not, they're a very talented football team on both sides of the ball. Trevor throws 3 touchdowns with Khalil Mack and Bosa rushing on him. Like, that's telling you the Jags are different. And so I think, again, this is things are starting to work in their favor. And that's important because to win and beat a team in the AFC West, which is one of the tougher divisions right now in football, a division that was supposed to have 3 teams in the playoffs, teams that people have expected to go and win. The Chargers were a Super Bowl favorite for a lot of teams. To handle them handily the way they did shows you the type of mindset that they have. And this other thing, I obviously, Uche Nwaneri, my boy from the Jags, and should have been a Pro Bowl guard, was one of the better guards that we had there, one of the better linemen we had there. He said the West Coast curse is over. Mm-hmm. And I always forgot about how hard it was to fly from east to west and then play, a 1:00 game or whatever kind of game it was, because your body clock is all over the place. And they flew out. I was nervous because they flew out on Saturday. But they went out there with a business mindset. They treated it like a regular road game, went out there, came back, and they're back to work.
Maurice Jones-Drew with us here on ESPN 690. It's MOJO on Mondays, each and every Monday on ESPN 690. And there's a lot of fun times right now in Jacksonville. 2-1 record top the AFC South. I mean, you look at all the statistics and the Jags performing well on a lot of different levels. But I got to ask you about James Robinson. He has the big play on a 4th and 1. Again, I know you're doing Rams games, so I don't know if you're able to watch every play. Did you see that play? And that looked like you dial it up in the dirt, man, and it was perfectly executed, perfectly blocked. They put Manhurts, they put Farrell, they put Ingram, 3 tight ends on the left side. They pulled Brandon Sheriff, and the hole was huge. And see you later for really the game-changing play for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, I thought that 4th and 1 was kind of a mindset play. You know, we used to do that back in 2007. I keep aging myself when I say this.
You are getting old.
That's when we started going for it on 4th and 1. Like, we had, I want to say, one of the reasons we made that run in 2007 is because we were aggressive. We weren't a team that was going to punt or play it safe. Like, 4th and 1 on a certain part of the field, we were going to go for it, and we were going to go score points. And I thought that design, I thought the decision to go for it, I thought the execution, again, shows what this team is building towards. You're seeing guys, Zay Jones showing up. Guys are receivers. Guys are blocking in the running game. Guys are going up and making plays in the passing game. The old lineman crashed, and those tight ends crashed that whole side down as Sheriff just has to kick out a corner. And then and don't get me wrong, I've been working out, but I could have got there too. I think I could have made it through that hole as well.
How about me?
But this is the other part. James Robinson had the speed to come off that injury to finish that whole play.
Yeah.
That's not like those are things again that a lot of people don't see, and I love that, you know, the Jags are doing what they're supposed to do, and they're beating these teams on a national stage. Like, to go out and beat the Chargers in LA is tough to do. I mean, again, the Chargers, they're tough. They're a good coach. They're a well-coached team. They play hard. They got players all over the field, and you went in there and beat them up. And not only did you beat them up, the game was over, and you're still trying to go score points. And that, to me, is the mindset. That's the mindset of the Buffalo Bills. That's the mindset of the Miami Dolphins. That's the mindset of a lot of these top teams in the National Football League in the AFC Conference. That's what they try to do. So, I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles do the same thing. You got to go out and stay aggressive. And I love seeing the Jags continue to pile up points as they're handing teams losses.
How much do you appreciate a guy like Robinson, his story? You were a guy that wore 32 because you got passed over by all 32 teams. You're a more talented, gifted player naturally, I think, than James Robinson. But he's starting to, pile up some numbers, and your name gets mentioned when he hits some of these marks, like 2,000 yards and other ones. But he, in a sense, Mojo, and again, I'm not trying to take – I'm not trying to eclipse – your mark here in Jacksonville and say James is passing you by. I'm saying he reminds me of some of the yardage that you would get, the tough stuff, right? Those hard yards.
Yeah.
And then it opens up the breakaway one. And we've seen it every game. We saw a 22-yard run against Washington. We saw a 37-yard run last week against Indy. And now we saw the 50-yarder. And so all that hard work, the grind, the tough hits, the 1-yarder, the get the first downs when they're piling the box, then you break one loose and you have a hell of a day.
Well, no, I could care less about what I did. Records and those things are meant to be broken. So whatever I did, I've been waiting for people to come and surpass them. And I'm so happy that it's James to come in undrafted. I scouted him coming out of Illinois State. Everything that you saw on tape, you see now. The difference is it was just the competition, right? Like, you didn't see the competition and all those things, but you saw the contact balance, you saw the vision, you saw the ability to break tackles and break the long one. You saw the tough, hard runs, you saw the blitz pickup, you saw all the things that he's doing now. And I'm happy that he's doing it for the Jaguars. I'm happy that he's able to go out there and be the piece or one of the pieces to kind of get this team rolling. And so I love that Doug Peterson is leaning on him. You know, so many times when guys come off injuries, coaches decide to, we're going to kind of ease them in a little bit. And that was week one. And then after week one, it was like, all right, here we go. Let him loose. And so as long as you take care of him during the week, making sure that, you know, he's not run into the ground during the week, James will be able to sustain this for years to come. And I think it's important to have a coach like Doug Peterson who's played in the game, a coach that's won a Super Bowl running the football with a team, and the creativity in the ways they create running lanes and running plays. I think that's the other part to it as well that's helping James, as well as obviously his natural ability. They're very creative in the running game, Brent and guys. They don't, they just don't dial up and just run up between the tackles. They find ways to create angles for the offensive linemen, holes, different ways to attack different defenses, and they continue to do it play after play after play. And that is what makes this team so tough, where most teams are very creative in the passing game and, oh, look at how we do. Doug Peterson, like, look, we're going to be both. We're going to do both. And we're going to have play action pass off all these things, and it just keeps the defense on his heels where they're just guessing nonstop, and they don't ever find a way to finish through.
They ran 75 plays. Like 75 plays. That is a lot of plays in the NFL. That might not be a lot of plays in college where they run like 90 plus now, but that is a lot of plays in the NFL. Maurice Jones-Drew, I do not remember in my 15 years here 2 back-to-back 14-play drives. Shoot up 8.5 minutes and 9 minutes plus. I mean, you guys had some long sustained drives, and maybe I'm wrong and missed a time. But, I mean, 14 plays and 14 plays. You are just wearing the other team down. And, oh, by the way, you're keeping your defense really fresh.
Yeah, I don't think we ever went back-to-back. We would have like an 18-play drive here or there, right? Different games, depending on what the circumstances.
Yeah, I remember some of those.
Exactly right. When you have back-to-back 14-play drives, you're really testing the will of the defense, right? Those defenders that are running off the field and running back on, and you're actually putting the defense in a bind because those starters aren't going to play all 14 plays. They got to hop off for a little bit, all right? Then they got to try to come back on. And so sustaining drives, converting on third downs, making the defense kind of wiltering the defense away is how you start to put your foot on people's necks. And you're starting to see that. Like I said, they've been very aggressive in their calls. Right? And the other part about them being aggressive in their calls, your quarterback, in order to have those 14-play drives, has to understand how teams are going to attack you, who they're going to try to take away. And then other guys have to step up when they get those opportunities. And so it's all starting to click. Now, can they get better at a lot of things? Yes, no question. I think there's a ton of things on both sides of the ball in all three phases, really, that they can get better at. But I'd rather get better after a victory like that than, try to get better after a loss, right? And so I think, again, they're continuing to build confidence. You have a very confident head coach, confident assistant coaches, confident players. The organization is starting to feel, again, I'm not there, but I've talked to people in the organization starting to feel a little bit different. I'm excited.
You should be.
I'm excited. I hope everyone else is as well because this is a different team. And, as you look around the AFC South, everyone's starting to struggle a little bit. And so you just got to keep getting better each week. And, hope come December it's time to play some real meaningful football, and we'll be ready to go.
Well, I think the main part here is you can make the case. I think Mike Vrabel, by the way, is a really good coach. But you can make the case that Jags have the best coach and best quarterback in the division. You can make that case. I mean, this guy's got a Lombardi. So
you definitely can.
And I think you definitely go to battle with your guys. So let's talk more about Trevor Lawrence because he, for the first time since we've seen him, Mojo, he has what I would call that confidence and trust now in everything. For these last 2 weeks, it took 19 games to get it. But I think when they put that game plan together last week against Indy and they followed it to a T and he was 25 or 30 and he started to see it unravel and he wasn't under pressure. And then he went and did it again. Got off to a little bit of a slow start, but then 19 for his last 22. He put up 70% completion rate, 3 touchdowns, no picks. That's back-to-back performances. And I think you started to see the kid with all the talent start playing fast. And we're only starting to scratch the surface on that because he has a lot of talent. And the Jacksonville Jaguars have their franchise quarterback, I believe.
No question. I thought, seeing Trevor, I had some concerns coming out of Clemson. I thought in the big games he ran the ball a little bit more than I would like. But what you're seeing now is his ability to throw the ball, right? His ability to anticipate and throw with accuracy and timing and get the ball out quickly. And a lot of that is, again, it's all about confidence. And I say this because I remember, again, when I played in the National Football League, everyone's talented. Everyone out there has some type of ability and can play. The difference is how confident you are in what you guys are doing and how confident your team is. And it really kind of goes down from the quarterback on down. And so when you look at Trevor, it's like there was a play, I want to say, I was watching a little bit of the tape. There's a play where they came out in a bunch set. Christian Kirk kind of sat down, and Zay Jones came behind him.
Yes.
And everybody on the Chargers jumped on Kirk. And literally when they jumped, the ball was coming out to Zay Jones.
Yep.
That's what you want to see. Because he knows he's going from read to read. He's reading certain players. And when they make the move, he's not hesitating, and the ball's coming out quick. And that's what you're looking for. And then the interview after to talk, he's speaking to his team. Like, we have a bunch of dogs here, right? This locker room, we've always had guys. You're hearing that same word in multiple interviews after the game about how they believe in their team and their teammates, and we're tough and we fight and we play and we do all these things and we execute at a high level. And again, it starts with the quarterback of being comfortable in the game plan, right? Being comfortable in what he's seeing and trusting what they practice against, and then going out there and making those throws. That throw there alone is what showed me everything I needed to see. That was a confident throw, and it was right where it needed to be. And then you started to see that play after play after play after play after play after play. And even the throw to Marvin Jones in the back of the end zone, confident strike. The throw to Christian Kirk in the front of the end zone, confident strike with guys on him. He's making plays. And so you're starting to see really Trevor grow up in front of everybody. And I think the key for the coaching part of it is to keep that growth going at a rapid pace. Not too fast, but you want to keep that steady climb as you go, because again, there's going to be a time where he may struggle that you're going to have to be able to pull the reins back a little bit and get him back to what we saw this week.
Well, I think it's evident the Jags have talent. I think it's also evident the Jags have good coaching. And when you have young talent and good coaching, then where are they going to go from here is still a curiosity. And it's a real thing. I mean, there's some room for improvement. Sure, they're going to take their games to other levels. We talk about that with Devin Lloyd and Trayvon Walker and Tyson Campbell and others on the defensive side, too. So there's so much to like. Maurice Jones-Drew joining us here on Mondays, as he always does, in the 3 o'clock hour on ESPN 690. Brent and Friends. Can you give us an idea? You played a lot of football in this league, and you had some good moments, and you guys had some good offenses, and then you had some others that really struggled along the way. When you're in that huddle and you get the play call, right now I feel like this is what I envision, Mojo. They're getting that play call in. Trevor's getting it in, and they're like, oh, yeah, I love that. Let's go. Like, that's what I feel like is happening. Every play Doug Peterson calls, I feel like Trevor's like giving it to them with excitement, and then the response is like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to run this play. Does that happen? And then are there flip sides of that that's like, oh, geesh, I hope this works?
Oh, yeah, for sure. That happens all the time. I mean, I'm not going to call any coaches out.
You don't have to do that. Don't do that.
But no, yeah. I mean, there's been times where both of them have been there. And on either season, there's been times in 2007 where we've had great play calls and you're in the huddle and you have battles. There have been times in 2013, 12, 11 when things weren't going the best, when you're excited because you know there's certain type of plays. I mean, I'll tell you one play. It didn't matter what was going on. I remember it vividly, actually. We were playing the Colts. It was right before they fired Jack Del Rio. We were playing the Colts in Indy, and he called 36 power. And, I mean, the receivers jumped up and were excited. The O-line was excited. Greg Jones, everybody was excited. We couldn't wait because we had been practicing this play. We had been running so successful throughout the game that we jumped up and made, we ran in, we scored, the game was over. We knew we were going to end the game. I think that's what you're seeing out of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It was not just with that one play. Like you said, there's run plays that they're excited about. You can tell by the way guys are pulling and blocking and running routes, and they're excited because they know these things are going to work. Right? They know that, okay, they got to run this coverage. This is the coverage they want to run in this situation. This is the perfect play for that. Let's run it. Right? This play has all the answers if they run a cover 2 or a cover 3 or man-to-man. We could do all that. And I think that, to me, is very important. And to be honest with you, it starts off with players making plays, right? And to be completely honest, it starts off with Christian Kirk. He got paid, and not only did he get paid, there was a lot on him. Everybody was wondering how he was going to pan out. He's the one that changed the receiver market, per se, with my air quotes I just put in. He was right. So if he doesn't play well, then I don't think we are where we are right now. But
I agree.
Week 1, he shows up. Week 2, he plays well. Week 3, he plays well. And now they have to put so much attention on him that it opens up everything else for everyone else. And now Zay Jones able to make plays. Marvin Jones able to make plays. Evan Ingram's able to show up and make plays. Your running backs are making plays. And now all of a sudden it's just not one guy you can count on. And so if I could call a play and the 5 eligible have a chance to touch the ball, you don't know who could get it, everyone's excited about it because guess what? Your quarterback is playing fast and he's going to give the ball to the person the defense isn't covering or wherever the defense dictates. And so it's really exciting, again, to see that energy and that excitement again in Jacksonville.
Well, let me ask you one more follow-up on that, because I was talking to Zay Jones in the locker room, interviewing him, and we might hear that a little bit later in Football at 5 here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 today. But he mentions that, like, he had a conversation this week or before the game or at some time with Press Taylor, the offensive coordinator under Doug Peterson. And it's almost like the conversation was, it's your turn today. Like, this is your turn. Kirk keeps getting his, he's going to get it. Marvin Jones, he's going to get it. Ingram had a big day with 7 catches and all the targets last week. James Robinson has been getting it. But you got to share the sugar, as they say. And Zay Jones hadn't been getting it as much. And he had 10 catches yesterday, Maurice Jones-Drew, 10 on 11 targets. Does that happen? Like, you were a running back, so they were going to give the ball to you. You're the best player on the football team on offense most times. But do you go into a week and say, hey, this one's going to be your chance to feast a bit because they're probably going to double Kirk, and then you're going to be open? Do you think, does that go into it? Are those real conversations?
Well, they are, especially with really good offensive coaches. Like, you go in saying, hey, listen, you got to do this. We got to do that. We got to get this guy touches. How can we get him touches? Okay, Christian Kirk's had big weeks. That comes with the game plan, right? And this is the other thing. Like, there's we always hear about, like, the false enthusiasm or the false confidence that people may show. Like, yeah, there's false confidence out there with a lot of play callers on both sides of the ball that will say, oh, this is a great defense, but they really, truly don't believe it, right? When you look at the Jaguars and the way they executed their game plan, they believed that this team was going to do what they wanted them to do, and they did. And once they did it, it was over. I remember, I'll give you another play because I got to be nostalgic here.
I love it.
2007, we're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh. It might have been the first game. And we knew that Troy Polamalu always jumped when he was like, they played cover 2. He'd play linebacker. He'd always go to the 3 receiver side. So they're like, oh, just leak out, bro. And they're like, we don't throw you the ball, you're going to score. So the first time they did it, I was so wide open, I dropped the ball. And I was like, oh, man. I was like, I'm about to run out. And they looked at me. They're like, no, go back in. We're going to run the same play. And they ran it right back, and I caught it and got, like, to the 2-yard line. But we were so confident in that that's what he was doing, that he was going to do, that we knew, like, it wasn't no issue. It was like you can guarantee that was going to happen. And you're starting to see, again, this Jags team, you're starting to see signs of that over and over and over again. And once you start to see signs that are consistent, you have to believe them. And for Zay Jones to tell you, like, look, a coach told me this is going to be my year, or this is going to be my game, or this is going to be my series, or what, and it happens, as a player, you're like, okay, I respect that. So when it's not mine, I'm going to still do my job. I'm going to still run hard on this go route, or I'm going to run hard on this other route because I know they're going to try to get me the ball when the time comes. And, again, it's all about sharing, and they're doing a great job of that. So, again, kudos to the coaching staff for setting these plays up. Kudos to the players for executing them. Kudos to the front office for getting those players in. And they're young, like you said, and there's going to be a ton of growth. And a lot of people are going to be put on notice in the next couple of weeks. I think this is another big week for me, right? You know, if I'm a player, and no disrespect to Philly, because Philly has a great team, and they got some tough receivers, and they're loaded. But you did my coach dirty, I feel, right? And so when you're telling me these players are happy and they're talking about all these different things, it's easy to turn the page off after this Chargers game because we're going to Philly, and we're here to go defend our coach. Right? We know that our coach is going to get booed and people are going to yell, even though he has a statue up there and brought you what's your only Super Bowl, all this stuff. But guess what? We're going to go out there and play for our coach.
Does that happen? Does it?
Oh, yeah.
Does it?
It happens all the time.
Aren't you guys a bunch of selfish, like, millionaires?
No, I wish. You know, half them dudes in that locker room ain't even millionaires, but that's neither here nor there. But no, I think, look, football is family. And we're very loyal people when you feel appreciated and you're treated right, right? As a football player, you're very loyal when you feel appreciated in that locker room. And, you know, it's the little things, right? And especially coming off what happened last year to what it's like this year, you're being successful. That team is going to be ready to go. Last year, I remember we went to Seattle and we got rolled up by the Seahawks. And they were, like, playing, like, a little aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, a little more aggressive than normal you would get out there. Like, guys were just doing little stuff. And I was like, so I came back to the locker room. I was like, what's going on? And then come to find out there was a little situation between a coach and one of their coaches, and their coach had told them about it, but our coach didn't. And I was like, yo, you got to give us a heads up.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, because we're running into it. And so those things do happen. And so I'm excited to see the way the Jags play. And then on top of it, you're on a 2-game winning streak. That team is undefeated. This is a big game, and I'm excited that it's the Jags get to be a part of it.
Mojo, speaking of the big game coming up, I'm looking at this graphic from NFL Network from last week when you were the only person to pick the Jags. What kind of energy are you going to go back to your show with, and when you pick games this week, what are you going to let your counterparts know about the mistake they made not picking the Jags against the Chargers?
I feel like right now they all feel it. I don't have to say much. I'm actually heading to London here next tomorrow, so I won't get to see him in person. But, like I said, I just put it out there. People understand. Not everybody is perfect except for me and the Jags when I pick them, and that's all that matters, right? Like, I got to tell you this, too, by the way. It's been hard on the Jones-Drew household. I hope all our fans and people that are listening understand this. Like, my oldest son is a diehard Jags fan. Grew up in the building, and he is through and through. He'll never give up, and it's been tough. He's been made fun of and all type of stuff. The Jags go to the playoffs, we will be at the game. I promise you.
That's awesome.
I told him. I said the Jags make the playoffs. They get a home playoff game or wherever they play, no matter where it is. He'll be at that one. I took him to the one in Pittsburgh a couple years back. I was in 2017, 18.
Yeah.
I took him to that one. I said, every year the Jags make the playoffs, we'll make sure we go. So I'm excited to kind of see how the Jags fan out because my buddy, he loves it. He's 14 now. He's playing football. He's really excited, and his team is rolling. So good things are happening for him.
You tell Deuce we love him out here in Jacksonville then, and we appreciate that. That's awesome stuff. And stay in there because this is going to be a fun time to be wearing that Jags jersey. One last question for you, and safe trip to London, by the way. I was going to talk a little other NFL stuff, but you answered the Philly question, and you did it brilliantly. I do have, if I have one curiosity about the Jags offense, the last 2 weeks, they've got the ball out real quick. They're doing a lot of stuff across the middle and almost like side to side. Not going downfield a bunch. You're letting the receivers run after the catch. Maurice, will somebody make an adjustment here and try to see if Trevor can beat them vertically rather than somewhat horizontally?
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'm sure they'll play a little tighter coverage and probably play a little bit more man. But people forget that Christian Kirk is one of the fastest receivers in the National Football League, right? Marvin Jones is one of the better contested catchers down the field in the National Football League. Zay Jones is another big body, and you have Evan Ingram who has his speed as well. So a lot of teams are playing back because they don't want to get beat deep. So again, like I said, Trevor's taking what they're giving them. They're running shorter routes, quicker routes because they want them to kind of come up so they can take those shots down the field. And look, Doug Peterson's a quarterback. He's a quarterback by trade. That's what he was in the National Football League. Quarterbacks love to show off their arm strength. I'm sure when a team decides to take away all the short stuff that you'll see Trevor take shots down the field. But like I said right now, why do that if they're giving you all the stuff underneath?
Yeah.
And so the old adage is you can't go broke taking a profit. And I think Trevor's been doing a great job of taking the 5, 6, 7, 8 yard routes and forcing the defense. If that's what you want me to do, I'll just keep doing that all day and we'll just move down the field and we'll go on about our business. But as soon as you drop down, you give us a chance to take a shot, we're going to take our shot.
By the way, he throws a beautiful deep ball. So, I think he can handle it. I just think that might be the next evolution of this offense, or Trevor, too. When they do take some of that away, can he hit them deep and really burn them, a la some of these guys like Mahomes and Herbert? But with confidence, I think he wants to do it. He really wants to take the shots. So, to his credit, he's been very patient in the offense. All right, you're going to London. So, how does that work? Because the Rams are not there. So, are you going with NFL Network?
Yeah, I work for NFL International. I told you, man, it's when you retire, man, I got to start working like 17 jobs. So I went to Africa last year or this past summer with NFL Africa where we scouted 50 African prospects from the continent of Africa. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to work 2 of the international games as well as what we call an international combine. So those guys that we found in Africa in late June, early July have been training for the last couple months of how to run 40s and test well and all these things. There should be 15 guys from Africa. There's probably like a couple from Europe, maybe 10 to 12 from Europe, some from all over the world, Mexico, Australia, all type of everywhere, Japan. They all come and they compete. And then the league picks 8 to 10 of them to be in what we call the IPP program, the International Player Program.
Yeah, Jags have one of those.
And then they send them to Arizona. They would train some more, and then they go through a pro day, and then guys go. 3 guys from Africa last year got picked up. Some may get drafted if you're young enough. If you're too old, you get picked up. Some go to high school, the NFL Academy, the UK Academy, if you're under like 18. So it's just the league is growing, and it's growing at a crazy rate. Flag football is doing an awesome job of helping it grow. I'm just a part of that program to help it grow. That's where you get the Indiana Jones Drew stuff from. So that's why you see me like all over the world riding camels and swimming in volcanic rivers and stuff, is because I'm doing stuff with the league. So
that's awesome.
I'm having a good time with it, but again, it keeps you around the game. You get to see a lot of talented people. You get to see how fast our game is growing. And you'll start to see other guys. I think the AFC South was this year, though, that got the international players. Where's your player from? That's in the Jags?
London.
Yeah. So I know there's a guy in the Rams that's from France, France, and there's guys from all over. So it's really enjoyable to see the game grow and how many guys are kind of coming over to it and learning it and playing. And there's different leagues all around the world that I get the chance to go see guys play and talk to and help out. So yeah, the next 2 weeks I'll be in London. So we'll be doing this at 8 p.m. I think 8 p.m.
That's
8
good.
p.m. Yeah, so I should be up. I won't be too drunk by then.
Hey, a winning Jags team and a drunk Maurice Jones-Drew might make for some great radio here at ESPN 690. So,
no question.
Hey, man, have a good trip over there. Keep up the good work. You're a fantastic ambassador for the NFL, but a fantastic ambassador for the Jags, too. Give some love to Deuce and the family, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right, that's Maurice Jones-Drew. Maurice on Mondays, MOJO on Mondays, MJD on Mondays. Call him whatever you want.
Just not broke.
But you could feel the energy. Or MOJO. I love how much he loves the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
Love how much he loves the Jags. And that's a cool program. I didn't know that was all involved. I thought he was just going to cover for the NFL Network. I knew he was headed over to London several times throughout the course of the year. All right, we're up against it. We got Mathis on Mondays as well. So let's take a break. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We're talking more Jags. And one area that Tyson Campbell can get better in. Will he do it, or is that a hard thing to learn? We're nitpicking. But hey, you got to do it a little bit on ESPN 690. Rashean Mathis joins us next.
Game at Best Bet. Come experience the best in card games, hospitality, and fun at Best Bet Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. You don't have to be a poker pro to have an exciting time. Featuring card games of all limits and easy-to-learn games like Ultimate Texas Hold'em, 3-Card Poker, and Pai Gow. Wager on exciting simulcast races and enjoy delicious food and drinks. Our card rooms are open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. and 24 hours on Saturday and Sunday. Details at bestbetjacks.com.
This summer, the weather was brutal, but now it's fall, so you can finally get back out there, because fall is the new prime backyard season. Just grab a bag of Scott's Turf Builder Bonus S. It'll rid your lawn of dollarweed and clover, guaranteed or your money back, so you can enjoy your backyard longer than ever. Scott's, the best fall of all. It's in the bag. Grab a bag this weekend at your local retailer.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997, and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Upside users have already earned nearly $300 million. Start putting money back into your wallet with a free app from Upside. To cash out your Upside cash, just transfer to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. With gas prices at nearly $18 15% higher than last fall. It's big news and big money. And right now, when you spend at least $10 on your first fill-up, we'll give you at least $5 back. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code CAR50. That's promo code CAR50. Remember, use promo code CAR50 and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
If you've been living with joint pain, you know how that feels, and it doesn't feel good. Some of you might be living with joint pain or even arthritis and don't know the extent of it yet. Well, what QC Kinetics is doing for folks like you is nothing short of amazing. I'm talking real lasting relief from joint pain. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in exciting new pain treatments with advanced regenerative medicine, non-surgical alternatives. If you're living with joint pain from injury or arthritis, don't let them tell you steroids and pain meds and surgery are your only options. QC Kinetics uses regenerative treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue, and you can get a free consultation from QC Kinetics simply by calling 904-274-5522, 904-274-5522, now in Mandarin and Ponte Vedra. These amazing protocols work with pain caused by injury as well, like a torn meniscus or rotator cuff. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 904-274-5522, 904-274-5522.
Of all the multitudinous manifestations that water can take, in oceans and ice cubes, in glaciers and streams, vapors and rain, double black diamonds, lap swims, and brains. Of all that water everywhere, only 0.5% is fresh water available for human use. That's why at Moen, we're innovating to save 1 trillion gallons of water by 2030. Discover Mission Moen at moen.com.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN690 Anna Jar and Levine studios. Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN690, a Cox Media Group station.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
What's happening, Jacksonville? All fired up on a Monday. We had Monday Morning Madness, 8 o'clock. It was terrific. Having some fun with the Jags' 2-game win streak, 62-10 over the last couple of weeks. So much to talk about. The narrative has changed in Jacksonville here in September 2022.
What did you do with your voice right there?
That was just like a little emphasis.
Okay.
Was it good or bad?
It was scary.
Yeah. So 3 o'clock hour, Maurice Jones-Drew. He was fun. He had some energy to him now because he's going back to that NFL Network and telling them, did you see who I picked?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dropping the truth on him.
And then we're always excited to have Rashean Mathis on Mondays as well here in the 4 o'clock hour. Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, Brent and Friends, ESPN 690. So let's talk more about the Jags win, the defense. Got some questions about Tyson Campbell and that secondary that I want to ask Rashean about. Oh, Rashean Mathis, like the glory days, man. That looked good on Sunday, didn't it?
How about that? It did. It did. It was very convincing. Very convincing.
You know, you said this, and I brought this up. I steal a lot of your thunder, Rashean. You know, but it also means I'm a good listener. I'm listening.
There we go. There we go.
So I stole your thunder in the 3 o'clock hour because I remember you telling me a couple weeks ago and telling us that it's very unlikely and rare for a team to dominate both sides of the football. And that's what happens in the NFL. Like, you might have a really good offense, but your defense is just okay, and so you're going to give up points, or vice versa. Well, what we've seen the last 2 weeks is this incredible, like, this is why they made the cliche of complimentary football for the Jags. Yeah. And what it turns into is dominant football, and I guess that's how you get a blowout, right?
That is exactly how you get a blowout. As you mentioned, you know, I think I think the defense was able to – last week the defense was able to play great football because offense held the ball for so long. And then I will give the nod, it was a complete game for everyone. But this week, defense stood their own, and we were able to drive the ball and not get touchdowns, and the defense held them off until we were able to punch it in, and not just give up field goals. So it was a very exciting win.
I'm wondering, as you're watching that game, and the history of Jacksonville, the last 15 years haven't been, a heck of a lot of fun when it comes to wins and losses. And you look up your 16-7 lead for the Jags, and they're dominating the game, but it almost like, you settled for field goals. Is it enough? This is a dangerous team. They're at home. Yeah, they're banged up, but Justin Herbert's really good. Like, do you wonder all those things, or did you have a good feel coming out of the gates in the second half that the Jags were just in control of the game?
Well, it's the NFL, so it's any given Sunday, right? And that's why I commend the defense this week. We gave the offensive props for making drives last week. Although the defense got a shutout, I think it was a great part of the offense doing it. But this week, the defense stood up and was able to hold until we were able to punch it in the end zone and kind of break that game open. So you have to give credit to where credit's due on that part.
Rashean Mathis, former Jaguars cornerback, with us here on ESPN 690. Brent and friends, Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, here on a Victory Monday for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I look at that secondary, and that's your expertise. The Jags got news on Friday afternoon Shaquille Griffin wasn't going to be able to go. Hip injury. Well, I don't know if they knew Friday he wouldn't be able to go, but by Sunday morning they knew he wasn't going to be able to go, and he was on the injury report. And so some of the building, Rashean, that they did in the offseason, going to get Darius Williams, Super Bowl champ with the Rams. He has the ability to play inside and outside. And then Trey Herndon, who's been around now for a bit here in Jacksonville, and I thought he had a heck of a camp for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He slides in, and they don't even skip a beat. Pretty impressive. And I know they didn't have to go against Keenan Allen, so that helped the cause. But is that a tough thing to do when you get a Friday injury, a guy that might not be able to go on Sunday, and still kind of just go with the flow and almost be seamless?
Well, like you said, it's not like they didn't know for sure. But the guys is ready. They were ready. They were ready to step up. Like, whoever number was going to be called, they were ready to step up, and that's what makes us pros. That's what makes them professional athletes. Like, it's the next man up. You don't want it to happen, but you know that, there's nicks and people get banged up every week. So that next man has to be ready to step up for you to have a successful year. And that was the case on Sunday.
What are you seeing out of that secondary? I know you got your eyes on them. You're watching the entire game, but I can't imagine a guy who played the position as long as you did. Your eyes have to travel to what they're doing as much as possible. Tyson Campbell, we've talked a lot about him over the last few weeks. But just in general, I feel like the safeties are playing a lot better. They're like finding a nice little rhythm, and the entire defense has obviously played well as a unit. Like, they're just very cohesive and in sync so far. But the secondary especially, I feel like the safeties had allowed maybe their corners to just go do their thing.
Yeah, it's very complimentary football. They're trusting the person next to them, so they're able to not stick their nose in places where they know they shouldn't be. They're having disciplined eyes. I think the coverage around the inside needs to tighten up a bit, and I know it will because it's only the second game of the season. It's only 3 games in, but I think it'll get better. From the outside, Campbell, I love how he's close to his guy every time. Mm-hmm. It's just about now learning how to trust his instincts and get his head around for that ball. But it's tight coverage all over the place, and I like it. And when you have safeties that you can trust, it allows you to play more freely on the outside of the ball. And I like how the safeties are playing. They're playing fast.
Rashean Mathis with us here. Brent and friends on ESPN 690. Mathis on Mondays in the 4 o'clock hour. All right, let's stay with Tyson Campbell because we don't know the position like you do, the techniques that are involved. And Tyson is really a good player. Tyson is blanketed over these guys. Even we go all the way back to week 1, the Washington play where you said, hey, you got to make the play because that's your job to make the play, but it was really good coverage. And then we look at the Mike Williams touchdown I mean, he had to do everything perfect. He just got his heel in. Nice catch, beautiful throw. Tyson had it covered. Is he ever going to learn to get his head around? Is that a learned trait? Is that come with experience? Or do you think that could haunt him a little bit throughout his career where it's just not an instinctual thing for him?
Well, I wouldn't say haunt. I wouldn't use that word, but it is something that you can practice. It is something that you have to be comfortable with. But I'll take the tight coverage. Like, so for them to make amazing catches, questionable grabs like that in week 1 and now this week, just keep playing, young fella. Keep playing, keep doing your thing, keep blanketing the receivers. Your time will come. You're going to get your hands on a lot of balls. There's going to be a lot of breakups. So, there's no need to panic in that area for him.
What do you do drills for that? I mean, I see you guys on the jugs machine. You're obviously doing everything to get your hips in the right place and turned and backpedaling. And I mean, the list goes on and on. But is that just a drilled item?
Drills. Yeah, there's drills. And like I said, it becomes just being in that spot for so long and just being comfortable and knowing that you are in a good position and that you can get your head back around. And not knowing where the ball is and trusting the receiver eyes and hands and looking at things of that nature. And you have to be calm to do those type of things. So I think it's a learned behavior. But it's not easy at the same time because you are moving 100 miles an hour.
Listen, and I don't try to make it sound like it's easy. I just wonder if teams are going to pick on him in that respect, like get the ball out early in the route and see if he can adjust to it, even if he does have good coverage, but let my guy go make a play. I mean, right now I would think that's kind of the book to attack Tyson Campbell because otherwise he's got you smothered.
Well, this is when I have to turn into an athlete and say I wouldn't say that. I like where he is. I like his position. And if they keep throwing at him, I like him to be able to get his hands on some balls because he's in tight coverage. If he wasn't in tight coverage, then I would say, yeah, that could be the book. But being how those 2 catches had to be made, I'll take it every day of the week. Yeah. I'll take it out. Tight coverage, young man. Just try to punch it out next time. But keep doing what you're doing and keep working hard, keep grinding and playing all the way through the whistle. And he's doing that. So I like where he is.
I totally understand what you're saying. Rashean Mathis with us. We're asking a little bit about Tyson Campbell. And I think basically what you're saying is you need the perfect play to beat him right now. And
exactly.
And that's what has happened a couple of times. But you'll take your chances with the perfect play not being made a lot in the NFL because it's still a hard thing to do. So let me piggyback one more time on this because it's just something we notice. Again, I think he's a fantastic player. He's been awesome. And now I just wonder if he learns that or at least gets better at that. I think he's got good ball skills and good hands. And so now if he figures that part out, Rashean, he might jump into an elite category in this game.
And that is true. He has size. He has the speed. He's physical enough. So you are correct. You are correct. Once those plays start turning to breakups or interceptions, then you're leaping into another category. I just don't want him to feel pressure too early because he's young and he has a long career left ahead of him. So just there are baby steps. There are baby steps in this game, even though they've been playing the game. He's been playing the game for a very long time. This is in the elite level, and he has to understand that he's going up against elite receivers every time. And I believe that he knows that. Now he just has to trust his ability on when you're elite as well. And I think that will come.
I appreciate you letting us dive into this position in the techniques and some of the learning curves of the position. But you had 32 career interceptions. I think I got that number right, 32 career interceptions. So you know how to get the ball, and that does separate a lot of great corners. The corners, if you can make the picks and the big plays, well, now you got a chance to be in that elite category. And Tyson Campbell, I think he has that in front of him. Can you give us something in your career early on that maybe you weren't great at, but say 5 years in, 3 years in, whenever it clicked, that you got really good at?
Yes, it was my footwork. I went to a HBCU, so, my athleticism allowed me to get by just because of, the skill position wasn't as high. I would say great skilled athletes, of course, in the HBCUs, but at that time, I would say the bigger colleges had better skill positions week in and week out. So my athleticism allowed me to get away with a lot of things. And when I got in the league, I had to learn footwork, technique. Technique is going to allow that great athlete to excel. And without that technique, that great athlete would just be a great athlete and be good. And I wanted to excel. So I worked on my footwork every off season, every day before practice, after practice. So it was just my feet, getting my feet tight and ready to explode and break when those times come.
And obviously it serves you well working on that craft. Mathis on Mondays, Rashean Mathis, former Jaguars corner, talking to us on each and every Monday here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We are kind of amazed, Rashean, at Devin Lloyd, the young linebacker out of Utah. He has been terrific the last couple of weeks, and not just with the interceptions. He's been terrific with pass deflections. I think he leads the entire NFL with 6 pass deflections on the season. That's the entire NFL. I don't think that's just linebackers. I think that's everybody. And so, but he missed all of camp, Rashean, and he played a half of football against Atlanta, and he struggled in like the first quarter and a half against Washington, the opener. And since then, he has been lights out. What does it show you from a young guy 3 games in that he's been able to pick it up and improve that quickly? And he's just getting going in his NFL career. I mean, I don't know where this guy is headed, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, he has great spatial awareness. He reads the quarterbacks. He reminds me of Darryl Smith in space. When they're in those zone coverages, Darryl always had a knack for getting his hand around the ball and being around the ball in those zone coverages. And Lloyd is definitely has that as well. So it's very impressive to see.
And I gave him, well, I didn't give him a hard time. I asked him because I had heard from our Jaguars All Access show that they might have given him a hard time last week about not getting in the end zone because he got tackled after the interception. And then this week, now this is a little different. This week he gave it a go, but he got tackled. Like he got legitimately tackled at the 5, but he's also close to 2 pick sixes. What goes on in that film room, man, when guys start giving you a hard time, even though you're the guy getting the picks?
Yeah, it's funny, while at the same time you got the pick, right? So you have the last laugh. You have the last laugh for sure. But I was thinking the same thing when he caught the ball and act like he didn't know what to do with his legs, and he fell down before he actually started running yesterday. But he's around the ball. It's just something about certain guys; they stay around the ball. So it's a great trait to have, and as long as they laugh every week, that means you're doing something right.
We talked about this in the opening part, Kasey and I, and we don't think Mike Caldwell, the new defensive coordinator, he's a first-time defensive coordinator, Rashean, is probably getting enough attention even from us. And he's been terrific. They improved a bunch since week 1. And I just am amazed that he's been able to get everybody on the same page in a new defense with a lot of new players and some young, important players playing every snap. And they look like they're in unison. I mean, this is a hard thing to do in this sport, is get everybody on the same page from a communication and then a do-your-job standpoint. What does that tell you about Caldwell from a communication standpoint, from a teaching standpoint, that this team, 3 games in, looks like they're there?
It tells you that he's cut from the right cloth, and I'm saying that to say because it takes a man's man or to have a group of men buy in that early and to buy into what you're saying. I was in the league for 13 years, so I've had my fair share of coaches, and there's a select few that get you to buy in early, and have you playing in a cohesive way. So it speaks volume. I haven't met him, and I don't know him, but how his guys respond to him, that tells me pretty much all I need to know about him.
He's a former NFL player, Rashean. I mean, you're getting into the media stuff with us, but I mean, maybe you should just get on that sideline and coach him up a little bit.
There we go.
You're going to stick to the baseball, I know, right?
For now.
Are you got baseball going on right now, or are we in fall ball, or are we taking a little bit of a hiatus here?
Well, we're in fall ball. We're in fall ball. My oldest is taking rec ball off, but he will be playing all-star ball, and my little one is playing a little rec and all-star ball. So I have basketball as well that he plays, and I have flag football he's playing for the first year. So I'm all over the place. I'm full-time coaching dad.
All right, give us early reports on the flag football. Got some talent out there.
Yeah, he's been nipping at the bits to get me to play, to allow him to play for a long time. So he's playing safety right now, and he's loving it. He's loving it.
That's awesome. All right, more with Rashean Mathis on Mondays coming up on ESPN 690. We'll take a break, and then when we come back, got to get your thoughts on, one, how good do you think this team might be with a 2-1 start? And how good do you think that quarterback might be after good back-to-back performances? We'll be back. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 here on a Victory Monday. Jags get it done, 38-10 over the Chargers. We'll be right back after this.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
Pretty hot day today and a good deal of sunshine. Highs near 90. Increasing cloudiness tonight near 70 and becoming partly to mostly cloudy and rather humid tomorrow. A few showers developing especially south of Interstate 10 later in the day and into the evening with highs near 85. Clouds, rain, and a few storms increase then for Wednesday with highs in the upper 70s. With your First Alert Forecast, I'm Action News Jax Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys.
It's time for the Northeast Florida Fall Boat Show. One weekend only, October 15th and 16th at the J Tech Institute in Jacksonville's Southside. Boatloads of deals on all the latest boats and accessories. Fishing boats, cruisers, ski boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft from trusted dealers. Vendors, kids' activities, food, and fun. The Northeast Florida Boat Show, presented by ViStar Credit Union. Tickets and details at boatjacks.com. That's boatjacks.com.
Back in the day, crime was someone stealing something off the patio. Today, it's violent crime. Oftentimes, the bad guys hack into cameras and doorbells, steal your privacy, and break into your house while you or your loved ones are home. Criminals today are much smarter and more violent. You simply cannot fight today's criminals with do-it-yourself alarms. That's why you need a safe touch security and surveillance system with its 5 layers of detection and protection. Number 1, the safe touch sign. Crooks know to stay away from safe touch houses. Number 2, cameras using analytic technology that alerts the bad guys they are on camera while simultaneously alerting you, the homeowner. Number 3, entry alerts that notify Safe Touch before the bad guys even enter. Number 4, the exclusive Safe Touch two-way communicator that immediately alerts local emergency authorities. And number 5, the Safe Touch central monitoring center that is right here and not in some remote, out-of-state location. Don't delay. Demand is at an all-time high. Call and receive professional installation at no charge. 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com, state license EF233.
Hey, do you like beer?
Yeah!
What about great food and lederhosen? Then you're going to love the 3rd annual Oktoberfest at Kingmaker Brewing in Riverside. Sponsored by One-to-One Financial Credit Union. Kingmaker has the only Oktoberfest in Jacksonville that spans 2 whole weekends. September 22nd to October 2nd. That's 10 days of good food, great beer, and amazing local businesses. Learn more or grab VIP tickets at kingmakerbrewing.com. Oktoberfest, September 22nd, October 2nd. Kingmaker in Riverside. Brought to you by Jacksonville's hometown credit union, One-to-One Financial. Duncan.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also save with a smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The IRS doesn't mess around. If they want your money, they'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too, even threaten your home or business. Don't take on the IRS alone. If you owe back taxes, the smartest thing you can do is call Optima Tax Relief. The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative. And their clients that qualify are saving thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Optima has already resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Get your life back. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jax. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with the ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690.
I mean, obviously, just I think the way we've played, you can't deny that we're a really good team. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what it says about us. We know who we are. Our only goal on Sunday is to go win the game. And what other people think about us doesn't really matter. Every week we're going to prepare the same way. We're going to be ready to play, and we got a bunch of competitors, so it's been a lot of fun.
I feel the same way, Trevor. I don't care what anybody else thinks about us. Just keep rocking and rolling.
There you go. Us. Jacksonville.
Do you care?
No,
Oh, no, Jacksonville. No, I mean the show, like us here.
Oh, us.
ESPN 690,
Yeah.
Brent and Friends, Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, Rashean Mathis, Maurice Jones-Drew, Aaron Schachter, like the Action Sports Jax team. I don't care what anybody thinks.
I like our lineup, mostly with Rashean and MJD. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about our chances, but I like with them.
Highlighted by those guys, of course. Yeah, no doubt about it. Welcome back, Rashean Mathis, former Jaguars corner, talking Jaguars in the NFL. What do you got? You got something on his buddy Darius Slay, Kasey?
Well, I was just wondering, with the matchup you got coming up this week, Rashean, the Jags will play Darius Slay. And I know you just said you're not really in the coaching business, but I'm going to put you there. If you are trying to give these Jags wide receivers a little tip, since you know this guy, how would you tell them to attack Darius Slay when they get up there this week?
Fight. Like he's a great athlete. He's a great athlete. So be ready to battle. He's a competitor. Be smart with your route choices, throwing his way. You have to respect a great corner. He's established that he is one of them in the league. So just fight and battle, block, be aggressive. All of the above. He's my boy, but that's what I'll say.
Rashean Mathis with us here on ESPN 690. It's interesting. A lot of times we look at corners, and you've had this in your career, people just stay away from you. And Darius Slay is good enough to stay away from. But I'm wondering with the way the Jags run their offense, Rashean, like they do a lot of underneath stuff, crossing and motion. And, I mean, they're not really just sending vertical routes down the field and therefore just, don't throw to Darius's side, right? I mean, that's kind of not how their offense looks to be operating right now.
That is true, and that'll fit well for them. That'll be a good thing, being that you're not just operating outside of those numbers, and that you are actually dragging across the field and things of that nature, and some rub routes and things of that. So I like that game plan instead of having Trevor throwing 15 out routes outside of those numbers. I don't like that against Darius.
Yeah, and I think I asked this to Maurice Jones-Drew, and I guess I'll ask you, if you're defense, let's just say you were in a room and you're watching 2 consecutive weeks of Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson and what they're doing, can you stop that stuff? You got to tackle well. You obviously have to cover well. But what I'm getting at is, can you stop it to the point where you say, hey, Trevor, it's time to challenge us over the top and vertically and down the field instead of this quick stuff in and out and just getting it to my guys? Or because of the skill set of the Jags players and all the options they have, is it really hard to defend anyway?
I think it depends on your defensive style of play. I think it depends on your weapons that you have on the defensive side of the ball. Those quick underneath, it's attacking linebackers, it's attacking nickels and dimes. So, you really have to be disciplined and throwing that in with some play action fakes. So you really have to be disciplined as a defense. So I like what we're doing as an offense. And depending on the defensive side of the ball and their skill set, depending on if they can match those routes. But it's hard, especially when you're putting quick, talented guys inside, and it's hard to cover everything.
Well, I mean, yeah, think about this. Again, I think this is maybe a little bit under the radar for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They go bring in Christian Kirk, and he has been just sensational. And he's a tough matchup to where now, if you've got him one-on-one, he is winning one-on-one routes. You are probably not going to win that route, which means you might have to shade, help, whatever you do to make sure he's not winning every route, because as I've said, since he got here, he's always open. Now you have Zay Jones, speed guy. Marvin Jones, do a little bit of everything. Then you have Evan Ingram, tough matchup. You have ETN out of the backfield. James Robinson's even catching balls out of the backfield. And I still say Dan Arnold hasn't been involved yet, and I think he will be at some point as a second tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, I mean, you really have to pick your poison. And the way this thing is flowing right now on offense, I think it makes it tough for a defensive coordinator to just take something away, Rashean.
It does, and I think it starts with the run game as well. We're able to run the ball. They have to respect Robinson. They have to respect ETN. So I love that two-headed monster that they have. I love the different skill sets that both of them bring to the table. While at the same time, you named it, Zay Jones, his skill set of run after the catch. Kirk has shown that he's worth what we've given him, even though there's some questions behind it. And Ingram as well, he's giving safeties and linebackers some tough matchups. So, and Trevor's making smart decisions, and he's trusting his athletes, and he's spreading the ball around. So when you're spreading the ball around that much, it's hard for a defense to hone in on you.
We had this conversation a lot, and everybody still says, if you look at social media, the people we interact with, and people will say, now all they got to do is get this number one wide receiver, this alpha dog guy, go get him in the draft, and the Jags are golden on offense. Yet I tend to think the Jags have an advantage by not having one of those guys right now. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't want this top-flight wide receiver, okay? I get it. But I think because you can't just take away one guy, and in this conversation we're having, Rashean Mathis helped mentor Darius Slay, who's a fantastic player. And if the Jags had a top-flight receiver, let's just say they had for T. Higgins, right? They get him in free agency or something. I don't know. Would that be top enough, Kasey?
Yeah, we'll go with it.
Is that okay?
Yeah, T. Higgins is a problem. I've seen those highlights.
Yeah,
you know
so let's just say they had T. Higgins. Well, now you could say, okay, Darius, go take away T. Higgins. But I just don't think you're doing that as a Philly defense because, okay, we're going to help shade. We're going to try to stop or slow down Christian Kirk and take some things away. But then you got all this other stuff, and you're not going to put just a lot of attention on, say, Zay Jones. You're not going to go do that, right, Rashean? I mean, he probably hasn't earned that kind of respect where you're just going to, we got to take Zay Jones out of it. You might do that with Kirk, but nobody else. And I think it actually benefits the Jags because they can continue to run what they're running.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. And quiet as kept, it actually helps Trevor as well. It helps him trust his total offense. He's not locked in and just staring at one guy.
Yeah, true.
So as an offense as a whole, it's helping them in that regard. That, you know, they have some guys that's trying to fight for that number one spot and to become that guy. And right now it's serving them very well.
Rashean Mathis with us, Mathis on Mondays. By the way, on the YouTube, I put this out on Twitter, but on YouTube, if you have a question for Rashean, next few minutes, we can try to get it in before we say goodbye in a few minutes. Joins us in the 4 o'clock hour. If we don't get to it this week, maybe we'll write it down and get to it next Monday as well here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. What's your take after these last 2 weeks on Trevor Lawrence? Are you seeing what everybody else is seeing in terms of the growth, Rashean? I mean, is this just like, wow, this guy has some really good tools, and we're seeing them being developed week by week?
Yes, definitely. I'm seeing what everyone else is seeing. I'm seeing that he's poised. He's not easy to rattle. He's trusting his abilities to make plays, and his offensive line is doing a stellar job and allowing him to stay in the pocket, allowing him to stay off his back. Right, like, so you have to give kudos across the board in that regard. Like, he's getting protected. He's not laying on his back. You know, they're fighting tooth and nail to keep him up. And you need all of those things. You need all of those things to start gelling for your to have your best player on the field be able to make plays. And that's what we're seeing right now.
How good are the Jags, do you think? Do we have to be careful? It's 3 weeks. It's 2 really good performances, or should we really be bullish because of what we said earlier, where this is still a lot of young stuff that's going to develop probably even better than it is right now?
And let's hope that things are still going to be developed. It's going to still develop, but as we were slow to cast them down the first week, right? We have to be slow to crown them as well. So. They're playing great ball. You know, you have to tip your hat to them. They had two stellar weeks back to back. So as a Jacksonville community, we should be excited. We should be very excited. I love what I'm seeing. I love the passion. I love the aggressiveness. I love everything about the Jaguars and how they're playing across the board right now. And they need to be commended for doing so. So, you know, let's be slow to crown them, as we were slow to take the crown off of them. Let's be slow to crown them, but understand that we are building something special.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Rashean, you don't have to be so honest with us. I mean, we can lie. Just tell us we're going to the Super Bowl or something. It's okay. Like, it's all right to do that. I get what you're saying, though. It's true. It changes. I start looking ahead, and I did this last week after they won, and they won in emphatic fashion. I said, now keep an eye on this. 2 weeks from now, you might look up and they're 1-3. They're playing 2 really good football teams. But this was such a steal of a win that it really changes the outlook. Maybe Philly wins. Philly's really good. Maybe they're a little bit better than the Jags. It's on the road. Tough to win on the road. Tough to win back-to-back on the road. And the Jags go 3 out of 4 to start the year on the road. So there's a lot of obstacles here for the Jags to win. But if you're 2-2, and now you go take it just the next month of the season, well, you might feel good at 2-2 with Houston and on the road again at Indy, who you have confidence against, and the Giants back home, and you get some home games in there. So it really sets the table. This win was so massive in that regard. And I know, Rashean, you guys aren't going to look down the road like that, but that's our job to do. And Rashean, you can do that now because you're with us.
Yes, I can do that now. And you're right. This was a big win. This was a big win. By no means can you sugarcoat that. This was a huge win for him, especially going into Philly with Kuhrts and, you know, just all that Philly is bringing to the table. This is a huge win. You're not saying that you can't win this week, but this was a huge win at worst, we're finishing the first quarter 2-2 at worst, and you would take that. You would take that any day of the week, leading your first quarter of the season off like that.
Yeah, by the way, you take that almost with any team. You really take this with a Jags team with a new coach, with a lot of young players and new players, and we just haven't had that a lot, quite frankly, around here. As I keep sharing with everybody, it's just the third time in 15 years the Jacksonville Jaguars are 2-1 after 3 weeks. We do have a question, and let's see if we can get it for you. Eric Nelson said, why is 31 struggling early on? That's Darius Williams. Do you see that as well? Now, in the Washington game, missed some tackles, struggled. I didn't notice it as much the last couple of weeks, but maybe Eric's seeing something. Your take on how Darius Williams is settling in. He's coming off injury. This is a new team, new scheme. Are you seeing any struggles out of him from what you're watching?
That was a good observation by, who was it?
That was Eric.
Eric
yeah.
Williams? Eric? Yeah.
Eric Nelson, yeah.
Eric Nelson, I'm sorry. Yeah. That was a good observation. I saw it. He just needs better eye control. I watched him yesterday a lot, actually. I kept my eye on him yesterday. And it's just more disciplined eyes underneath. Just he's looking in the backfield a little too much, I feel. Other than that, I think he will be okay, and he's been playing catch up a little bit. But I'm yet to say that it's a struggle because it is early. So I expect better things from him this week.
Yeah, well, that's good. Good acknowledgement by Eric. And Kasey, I guess, I remember seeing him on Carter, I think, on a couple of plays in chase mode. I don't know if he was on the Josh Palmer 45-yarder or not. I guess I'll have to go back and watch. Everything was going so right. Well, he was underneath that?
He was underneath it. Yeah, he was underneath it because I believe Jenkins made that tackle.
Make that tackle down the field, yeah.
Yeah, down the field, and he was underneath it.
Yeah, because and Williams is a good player now. I mean, they did sign him to a big deal. So some of this might just be, we talk about a lot of newcomers and trust and getting a feel. And he's a hometown guy, kind of like you were, Rashean. He played his high school football at Creekside High School. But I guess I'll just piggyback on it. When you went to Detroit, did it take a little bit to get your sea legs, if you will, and get comfortable being in a new place? Being in a new scheme, being around new people, even though you were a really good player and you went and had really good years in Detroit, so maybe it didn't at all.
Well, yeah, and I was coming in at a different level. I was coming in with a chip on my shoulder at year 11, just proving that I can still play. So he's in a much different part of his career than I was. So I was a little hungry vet, trying to show the young guys that I still had it. So it was a different outlook for me. But I like I said, I believe he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. I do believe so.
All right.
Brent, but one thing I do want to say, I want to say this about Josh Allen because I've watched him over the last week. He's something special. I want everyone to keep an eye out for him. Josh Allen, he has it. That it factor, that whatever that it is, he has it. He's a tremendous player. I just want to put that on record.
Well, I agree with you there, and he's off to a nice start. And he didn't show up in the sack column or a forced fumble or a pick, but he had eight QB pressures, 4 hits yesterday, drew a couple of holding calls. Like what? And I think a lot of people feel that Josh has that in him. And this is a big year number 4 for him. He's taken on a leadership role. But that's jumping out off the TV at you. Like, why is it jumping out so much for 41?
Man, like it's every big play, he's close to it, or he's the one who's kind of almost allowing it to happen when there's interceptions and there's bad throws or almost big plays down the field. Big plays on the field. Like he has a motor and he's tough. He's tough for those tackles to keep in front of him, and I'm seeing it, and it's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's starting to stack them up, and you mix him with Trayvon Walker and some of the other playmakers on that defense. It's a fun defense to watch, and they're not going anywhere. I feel like they're just going to keep getting better as this thing goes along. All right, Rashean Mathis, I don't know if you're throwing BP or whatever tonight, but go have a good ball practice if that's the case, and we'll do it again next Monday, hopefully after the Jags, shock the world one more time against the Eagles.
Hey, we'll love to see that. So thanks, guys. Y'all have a great week. Go
All
Jags.
right. You bet. That's Mathis on Mondays. Rashean Mathis talking Jacksonville Jaguars here on a Monday, as he does each and every week, 4 o'clock hour, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. I like that. That was on his mind.
Mm-hmm. He wanted to get it in.
He wanted to get it in on Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That was unsolicited.
I feel like that's going to end up on TV.
That might end up on TV.
I saw you start. I immediately, when you started saying it, I saw you typing, putting in the little time code. I'm with you. I wrote it down as well.
Yeah, some of those things kind of jump out at you now. That's good stuff. I find it interesting. It's like, listen, I watched a couple of local shows out in L.A. this week.
Oh, I saw your tweet about it.
Yeah,
not impressed.
Actually, not impressed by one, but the other one was good. And almost like, hey, those are some good ideas, right? And so in my world, I look at that and their craft, and I see, and
you're scouting.
But these guys look at a game from their couch totally different than you and I.
That's very true.
You know what I mean? And so when Rashean Mathis, he kind of says, hey, don't say bye to me yet. I got to say this about Josh Allen. I think it just echoes what a lot of people are believing early this season, and probably what the Jags franchise already knows. Josh Allen's off to a heck of a start.
They better know, or else we'll send it to him. We'll tag him on Twitter.
2022, we will do that. We'll be back. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We keep talking NFL. We got football at 5 coming up. We have overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton at 6 o'clock. And then 7 o'clock, Jags Report live from Sneakers. Jamal Agnew's going to join us. Come on out to the beach before that hurricane comes. It's either Ian or Jaguars. There's only 2 things to talk about right now in town.
There you go.
So come on out to Sneakers in Jax Beach tonight, 7 o'clock. You can watch it on Fox 30. Jamal Agnew, he's going to be a lot of fun, and we have him on the show tonight on Jags Report Live. We'll be right back.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
We're ready to deal. Best Bet St. Augustine is now open. Experience the best in poker, simulcast wagering, and fun card games for all levels at Best Bet St. Augustine. Best Bet's newest card room features 49 gaming tables, a state-of-the-art sports bar, delicious wings, a full-service bar, and freshly made sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 24 hours on the weekends. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive, right off exit 311. For promotions, go to bestbetjax.com.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's got 500 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Is your digital marketing strategy keeping you up at night? Do you have more questions than answers? CMG Local Solutions can help you take all the guesswork out of digital marketing. Let CMG Local Solutions create the best marketing plan for your global, regional, or local business. CMG Local Solutions has the right tools to fit your business's marketing needs.
Learn more at cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville. That's cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville.
This week on RVER, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm sorry, I can't operate on that vehicle.
But doctor, you took an oath.
That RV, it's my son's RV.
Oh, doctor, isn't there anything you can
I'm not a miracle worker, Sheila. I'm an RV surgeon, trained to save the lives of large, injured recreational vehicles, which is definitely a real profession.
When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Having someone to talk to can change a life.
Cried out to her. She talked me through my depression.
Or even save a life.
I probably wouldn't be here at all. Not only in this room, but just not here at all if I didn't have the help.
If you need someone to talk to, Jewish Family and Community Services is here with in-person trained counselors or through teletherapy. JFCS is here for Jags. Visit jfcsjags.org.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back.
Isn't it 1.5%?
Now it's up to 1.75%.
That's bigger
And better! I bought these scones with my cash back.
I love scones!
Me too! Scones for everyone!
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
When you download the Home Depot app, taking on big or small projects starts with a tap. It's your pocket-sized toolbox for getting more done. Image search helps you find what you need with a snap. Store mode pinpoints exactly where to go to get what you want while you're at our store. Or just tap to arrange for easy curbside pickup, all from the palm of your hand. It's the app that's made for doing. The Home Depot app. How doers get more done.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jacks on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
The butt punt.
The butt punt.
We had penalties for thrusting.
That was messed up, man.
Now you can't do it. Like, how many pumps are you allowed? 2?
2 pumps. Can't
That's
go to
it.
the third. It's a bad rule, though.
It is kind of.
No fun. Nobody's having fun. Well, he was having fun.
Well, I mean, they used to not really have fun. They kind of let everybody have fun now.
Well, I mean, 2 pumps. Got to go for the third. But whatever.
I mean, we saw some just tragic mistakes yesterday. The butt punt.
Yep.
That will live in infamy now.
Yeah. Mark Sanchez in the butt punt.
But it doesn't, Mark Sanchez is still going to be the butt fumble.
Yeah.
The butt punt doesn't overtake the butt fumble.
Yeah. Both doing butt stuff, though.
It is. Got big butts and just don't care.
Well, no. Did you do that on purpose, or did you actually think that's it?
No. What about the running out of the end zone, Orlovsky?
Yeah, that was weird.
Let off the hook.
That was such a bad football game.
But nobody remembers Orlovsky doing it.
I didn't until I had to look it up. It was like Dan's claim to fame, other than being your favorite guy.
Wasn't the Keys to the City Orlovsky's off the hook? What is better about that is it actually was a better play by Jimmy G, because he would have given up 7.
True.
On the play.
Yeah. Strategy. Jimmy G's one step ahead of everybody.
That was a brutal game.
It was horrible. I've never made a better decision going to bed. They tell me the Broncos won, but horrible, brutal. We got to stop doing that. I know they've already made the schedule, but I don't need to see the Broncos play again until they play Jacksonville.
I don't think anybody needs the Broncos to play again.
Not even the Broncos. It's brutal. I mean, I don't get it.
Nathaniel Hackett, gosh, I love Nathaniel Hackett. He's such a good dude, but
put him in the envelope.
He either needs to call plays right or manage the game right. I know he's not going to do both, but do one of them better.
Yeah. It's brutal.
They're bad. They're 2-1. They actually should be 3-0. They fumbled twice on the 1-yard line in Seattle, or they'd be 3-0.
Which is crazy. Yeah.
And nobody has confidence in them right now.
I got a bet about them that I'm not feeling good about. I don't remember what it is, but I'm surely not winning it. Unless the Raiders are really this bad, which is a whole nother thing.
The Raiders might be this bad.
The Raiders, I don't figure that out. I watched that whole game, and some dude named Mac Hollins has 11 catches or something like that for the Raiders. You got a whole Devontae Adams and a Darren Waller, and they're like, you know what, Mac Hollins. Every play. Derek Carr would not look anywhere else. It's a wild thing.
The Raiders stink. Like, they really stink. They might get better, but they stink. Like, they're not good.
Yeah, they're a bad team.
Will the Jags get flexed this year? In a good way?
I think who you got at the end. Yeah, I think they're going to be in that conversation.
Like, if they keep
that Kansas City game,
if they keep rolling out Sunday night football games like that one last night, I'd flex the Jags every week.
Yeah.
We got football at 5. Let's take a break. So I get on time. You'll be so proud of me. We'll be back. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. I got 3 more seconds, too. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Mike Holmes, professional contractor and TV host. I love helping people, but when it came to improving the water in my own home, I needed help and turned to the water experts at Connecticut to make it right. My water was causing visible problems throughout my home, and it got me thinking about the problems I couldn't see. Protecting my water-using appliances and pipes, preventing stains and hardness buildup, and having clean, great-tasting drinking water are all important to me. But choosing the right water treatment equipment can be tricky. That's where Connecticut comes in. A Connecticut water expert will test your water for free and recommend the system that fits your needs and budget. Improve the quality of your water and your life with the Connecticut water treatment system. I'm so glad I did.
This year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com for your free assessment. CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer.
Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
The year's best diamond opportunity is going on now, and only at Beard's Diamonds.
Backed by popular demand for a limited time, Beard's Diamonds is doing something unheard of and never done before in Jacksonville.
Now you can buy like a dealer buys.
For a limited time, Beard's Diamonds has cut the price on the largest and most beautiful diamond jewelry and GIA certified loose diamonds you've ever seen.
Buy like a dealer buys. Incredible savings now at Beard's Diamonds.
For a limited time, buy wholesale and GIA certified loose diamonds, diamond earrings, diamond bracelets, and more.
No markups, no retail gains, and never a commission.
Extra inventory has been brought in just for this one-of-a-kind spectacular diamond event.
Our vaults are filled with thousands to choose from half carat to 10 carats.
Ovals, rounds, pairs, emerald cuts, cushions, all cuts, all shapes, and all at wholesale prices.
Prices so good, even other jewelry store owners will be in line with you. But hurry, this exclusive Buy Like a Dealer Buys wholesale event won't last long.
Only at Beard's Diamonds in the St. John's Town Center or at beardsdiamonds.com. See store for complete details.
It's where I take my family to play golf, and you can take yours as well. The Golf Club at Southampton. It's the home of the Action Sports Jax Stream 18, and it can be your golf destination. Enjoy your golf experience by calling 287-PLAY, 287-PLAY. Play some golf or maybe practice some golf at one of the newest facilities in the area. Grab some lunch or dinner, too. Southampton has it all. 287-PLAY for tee times and more. The Golf Club at Southampton, the home of the Dream 18. My home course. Make it your home course, too.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's got 500 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances, You can also save with the smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch,
What about truck driver contracts?
which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN 690 Anna Jar and Levine studios. Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN 690. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Chargers Pro Bowl left tackle Rashawn Slater expected to miss the rest of the season with a torn left biceps tendon, reports ESPN's Adam Schefter. Chargers also dealing with injuries to quarterback Justin Herbert, edge rusher Joey Bosa, center Corey Linsley, and receiver Keenan Allen. The Eagles have moved up to join the Buccaneers as the co-favorites to win the NFC at Caesars Sportsbook. The Eagles and Bucs listed at plus 360. Philly and Tampa now also tied with the third shortest odds to win the Super Bowl. The Eagles, led by quarterback Jalen Hurts, certainly tops in the NFC, believes ESPN's Ryan Clark.
You're talking about this team, you're talking about the best football team in the NFC. And if you are having any early MVP conversations that do not include Jalen Hurts, you're actually not having the correct MVP conversation. That's real. That's how well this team is playing. That's how well this quarterback is playing.
Ryan Clark on Get Up. ESPN's Todd Archer is reporting Cowboys receiver Michael Gallup will be inactive against the Giants for Monday Night Football, 8:15 Eastern, ABC, ESPN TV, and ESPN2. His return from a torn ACL waits at least one more week.
You own or rent your home? Sure you do. Fortunately, Geico makes it easy to bundle your home and car insurance. It's a good thing, too, because having a home is hard work. Go to geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico.com. Easy.
Chance to win $1,000 as ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Essential Energy. Live fit.
Are you ready to go?
3, 2, 1.
Text the word WISH to the number 70123 before 15 past the hour. That's WISH.
Your next chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8. This is a nationwide contest. Message and data rates apply. Get the complete rules now at ESPN690.com.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Kasey Kuhrts.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Man, I feel the love. You know who misses us today?
Aaron Schachter?
Schachter does. He wants to be in here.
He does.
He's on hurricane coverage. He's in meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, man, this job stinks sometimes.
Yeah. And then if you're the public, you should be worried that's the guy making decisions for, the programming. But, outside of that, yeah, that guy is busy, and we're just talking sports. What a moment.
So, anyway, he stopped by, but poor guy.
Had to go.
Everybody's on hurricane alert.
Headed back to the office. Here we are, Brent.
We are going to get, I said this earlier in the show, football at 5, by the way, and I want to flex a Jags game, and I've got projections coming up, all right?
Oh, yes.
I did math today. That's how bullish I am.
Oh, this was you?
Oh, that was me. I did it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought this was another one of those random emails you received.
No, I sent you an email, and I did it.
Okay.
I was like, it got me thinking, especially Christian Kuhrts numbers. I was like, whoa, wait a minute now. What's this look like? And so I'll tell you what it looks like in just a couple moments. But obviously, we got this
projections.
hurricane. That's what I labeled it.
Brent.
Fun projections. They are fun. Hurricane Ian is building and building and building, and it looks like the west coast of Florida is really going to take the brunt of it, but we could be in for quite a bit of it as well come, Thursday into Friday, I think is the timetable. I will not play meteorologist. Mike Burrish and his team do that pretty well. Mm-hmm. So if you want the latest updates, obviously CBS 47, Fox 30, the news is on right now, and also 104.5 WOKV. Certainly make your plans, be safe, take it seriously. Who knows what's going to happen with weather? We get it, but this, from a rain standpoint, I think even from the wind standpoint, and some other standpoints from electricity, all that, could be an event of some kind later in the week. So, and what it will do to some of the football and sports, I think is interesting. Florida State, Florida have issued statements saying games on as of now, but logistical problems could occur with those games. They could push by a day? Could they get canceled and postponed till later in the season? They're going to have to make those kind of calls early because this storm is actually heading all the way up through Georgia and into the Carolinas. Now, it will have slowed down a bunch, but how will the travel be impacted, I think, is something to keep an eye on. High school football. We do a lot of high school football coverage on Friday. At this stage, I can't imagine we're going to have the normal coverage of high school football the way this storm is taking shape. I'm not sure if people will miss school, and if they miss school and cancel school, they're canceling activities after school. And we already have Providence and University Christian move up their game from Friday to tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And then we have Episcopal and Bowles moving their game to 4 o'clock on Wednesday. So they're trying to get in front of it.
Should be a good game.
Instead of behind it. And we'll have some makeups. A lot of teams, I think Yulee's playing tonight. A lot of teams, what they do in the high school season, if you don't play on a Friday or you got to make up a game, they play actually on Monday, which is a quick turnaround.
It really is.
Now, Yulee, I don't think played Friday. They had an open date, and so they were making this one up from earlier in the year, and they're playing on Monday. The other scenarios that I just gave you are actually they're taking this coming Friday's game and moving it up a couple of days to try to get it in so they don't have scheduling problems. So we'll keep you updated as much as possible. Check out social media on the sports end of it, and then you know where to find Mike Burrish and company on the weather side on 104.5 WOKV. Here on the radio side and CBS 47 and Fox 30. Brent, Martineau, Kasey, Kuhrts, Brent, and friends on ESPN 690. Man, we've had a lot of fun today talking about this latest win for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're 2-1, 38-10, 62-10 is really the story to me over the last 2 weeks. Maurice Jones-Drew, he was awesome. Make sure you check it out on the podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Rashean Mathis, he was awesome. Check it out. What he's saying about Tyson Campbell, the secondary, Josh Allen, and more. You can always go look back on YouTube and the podcast. Make sure you subscribe and download it. So I bring up flexing a game. The Jags are exciting. Like, they're fun. See, there's a difference between being a good football team and being a fun football team. And the Jags are a little of both right now. And who knows how it's going to stay or how long it's going to stay. But if they go put on a show with Philadelphia, it doesn't even have to be a win. If they put on a show and they're entertaining, Kasey, I think you're going to get the TV execs, NBC and ESPN and, what are they, Amazon now, right?
Yes.
And you're going to get the schedule makers. I don't know if they'll actually flex any Thursday night games. They don't do that. I think it's just Sunday. And I think Monday has the option to be flexed now. But you might get the Jags in prime time a second time this year if things go well, and they could match them up with a game down the road, right?
Yeah, you've got all the components to do so, coach and quarterback and a good team, and they've not had a ton of opportunities to show off Trevor Lawrence, their number one overall pick if you're the NFL, from a couple years ago, and by the way, back-to-back number one overall picks. So you got an opportunity to show those guys off potentially if you find the right matchup. Obviously, Kansas City's an interesting one. Some of the other teams from the West might not be as good. Obviously, you're not going to change the game in London. So Kansas City's one I look at, and then as you get later in the season, if you got playoff implications, absolutely. But you would think that if Trevor continues on this path, a path that at the end of the season might end up with some awards, like you would have to get him in prime time somewhere along the line. And Brent, in 17, wasn't the Seattle game flexed to 4, or was it already?
It was, yeah. And to be honest with you, like in our warped world, I'm just not sure I count like the 4 o'clock flex as like a real flex, but it does happen.
Well, I mean, if you go from,
it becomes like the game of the week on Fox.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if you end up with Nance and Romo,
I get it, but I think around here, people are like, I want the primetime flex.
And I'm with that.
We've been flexed off the primetime game in 18 with the Steelers.
Yeah.
Lost that one.
That's right.
And I've got one for you. In the middle of December, kind of right before Christmas, if the Cowboys rescue their season, Dak comes back.
Sure.
The Jags-Cowboys flex, because you got a big market team. Now, I don't know how many times the Cowboys are already on. Like, they're on Monday night, and they're usually on 4 or 5 times anyway from a rating standpoint.
Yeah.
So maybe it's too many. Others are suggesting maybe a Baltimore-Jacksonville flex.
That would be awesome.
That's like late November.
Yo, that would be sick because Lamar.
So I don't know how many times Lamar's on prime time.
Yeah.
But
also, if the Giants are actually good.
Well, that's too soon, though.
You think?
Yeah, I don't think it could happen that quick. In fact, I don't know what the rules are. They've moved up the rules. Remember, there was a time where you could only flex like the last few weeks. We haven't had to worry about this, so we don't even look at the rules.
Yeah. Now the rules come into play a little bit.
But they might. I mean, they might. I mean, again, we're going crazy here, which is a cool thing to do 3 weeks into the season.
It's awesome. Yeah.
But, I mean, even
Better
the
than
Cowboys.
alternative.
I think the Cowboys, let's say the Cowboys win tonight. They're 2-1. And the Cowboys kind of work their way through, and they're in the mix. And then Dak comes back, and maybe they win 2 games right away when Dak comes back. And now you got a Jags team that's sitting there that's in the mix, and you got a Cowboys team, and they're both kind of playing exciting football, especially from the offensive end. Maybe. I don't know what else is going on that week, but maybe.
Yeah.
Possibility. So, honestly, I don't want them to be flexed because it just messes around with my schedule.
Yeah, I'm sure they're worried about you. Also, at the end of the season, if you come down to Tennessee for the division, if it comes down to that.
I thought about Tennessee. Derrick Henry you could get away with. It's a division. It's just, I just don't think the division battles in the AFC South are sexy enough for anybody to say, yeah, I really want this. That's why they stick that on Thursday night all the time, because it's like, yeah, we'll put somebody on Thursday.
True. Yeah, I give you that.
I mean, they're on Thursday like 5 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, if Tennessee turns it around and the Jags are pretty good and you got double-digit wins and all that, then maybe it's a better storyline. But you never know.
So we'll see. Just really getting way ahead of ourselves, just for fun.
Why not?
I mean, come on, you can't talk about this stuff every year in Jacksonville.
Never.
Not in September.
Speaking of getting ahead of yourself, Brent statted out the whole team for the rest of the year.
I did. I'm trying to find it. You've got it.
I've got it. What do you want?
Just go right down the list. So here's what I did. It's a 17-game season now, and the Jags are off to a heck of a start numbers-wise. In fact, spit me out a statistic that you love. Spit me one here in football at 5. We got tons of them. Like Trevor Lawrence, really good. The defense, really good.
Yes.
Like every number, metric looks good for the Jags. Give me a bad one.
I don't have one for you. And
I don't have one.
The go-to that has been bad, hasn't even brought up in weeks, but I'll bring it up in a good way. We don't talk about the kicker anymore.
We don't. I've got him on my projection list. He's 7 of 8. Go down the
you
email.
You do have him on your projection
I put
list.
Riley Patterson on my projection list, and watch. This is how well I know the numbers after doing the research. Brent Sports Bureau, all right?
Mm-hmm.
The team record for field goals in a season, 45 by Mike Hollis. He also kicked 41. Josh Scobie kicked 41 on 2 occasions. It's the only time that a kicker has hit 40-plus field goals in Jags history. Scobie and Hollis, 2 occasions. Well, right now, Riley Patterson, because these 23 and 22-yard chip shots that they can't get in the end zone, if that continues to be a problem and he continues to kick it well, he's 7 for 8 and on pace to be about 40 for 45 this season. He could hit the 40 mark.
Yes, he could.
Even the kicker gets in this
Even the kicker,
game.
who wasn't on the team for barely at all. And
Even that move has paid off.
I know.
I mean, what is going on in
it's crazy that they got to that point. There's like 8 different dudes here, and they end up with Patterson. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'll go down the list for you. Trevor Lawrence, you have him projected as 4,350 yards passing, 34 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions.
34 and 6?
That's the projection.
Imagine that. Can you imagine that? He's 6-1 you see this stat? Speaking of stats, Patrick Mahomes and Trevor, the only quarterbacks with at least 6 touchdowns and only 1 pick in the National Football League after 3 weeks.
It's a good league.
Projected out 34 and 6. Can you imagine if his numbers look anything close to that?
Not really. Would be
Me
wild
either.
then. We won't have to talk about him talking anymore, which we've stopped that, by the way.
34 touchdowns still wouldn't be the franchise record. That's Blake Bortles. He has 35. He also has 4,400 passing yards. That, too, is the franchise record for yards. And if you want to get to interceptions, the lowest in franchise history, a lot of people are going to point to that fantastic season from David Garrard, but he only played 12 games that year. Started 12 games, if I saw that number correctly, which I don't remember. It was right before I got here. And so he had 12 games and 3 picks. So anybody who had 15 games plus, the best mark for lowest interception is actually Mark Brunell in 2002 when he played 15 games, not the entire season, but 15 of them, and threw 7 interceptions. So other than that, it's really hard to find a player that played a complete game, complete season, that didn't throw at least 10 interceptions for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, maybe this is the one if the math is math. And James Robinson, you have him projected, if it continues on this pace, 1,300 yards.
Look at the touchdowns. Oh, look at the touchdowns.
22 or 23 touchdowns, depending on the math.
This is receiving and running combined.
Total
He's got
touchdowns.
4 through 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, and you know what the thing about it is, like, I'm not agreeing with you, but at the same time, the way that they want to play would have James getting into the end zone a lot.
I don't think he's going to score 22, 23 touchdowns.
Of course
but the
not.
1,300 yards and like a 12 to 14 touchdown season after this start might not be out of the realm, Kasey. Like, he could have that kind of year.
He could. I'm with you on the touchdowns. I think James is going to, once they figure out how to play a little bit in the red zone, I think they'll just start giving it to him consistently, and I think he's going to rack up the touchdowns. So I'm with you on that.
I threw this one in for fun. Travis Etienne, he's over 1,000 yards total offense, and I don't think he's done anything.
Yeah, not a lot.
If he projects right now the way he's going, he would still have 1,100 yards of total offense.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel that way, right?
Not really, but
he's going to go off, by the way, the next couple weeks. One of these times, you watch.
It's going to pop. I absolutely agree with you. It's going to pop. Christian Kirk.
Oh, give me Christian Kirk right here.
1,500 yards, 17 touchdowns.
I paid too much for him. Look at all those yards, 1,500 yards, 17 touchdowns he's on pace for. He's a consistent guy now. 6 catches, 6 catches, 6 catches in the first 3 games.
Well, that's easy math.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah.
And so, by the way, franchise record for the Jags, Jimmy had 1,636, and Allen Robinson 1,400 yards. Jimmy's 1,636. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think. But again, remember, you get the extra game.
Yeah.
You know.
And Christian Kirk, a guy that's never even gone over 1,000 yards in a season. So 1,500 as the projection is.
And he would
wild.
be only the 5th. Oh, no, I'm sorry. If he gets double-digit touchdowns, he'd be only the 5th player in franchise history to do that for the Jags. This would be a good trivia question.
It would be because I'm stumped. Well, I'm looking at it, but I would have been stumped.
This would have been tough to do. It's not Jimmy Smith. He's not even on the list.
He's not.
Allen Robinson, Alan Hearns, Mercedes Lewis, and Reggie Williams on that list. Crazy.
Yeah.
Zay Jones, by the way, on pace to come close to 1,000. And
that would be wild.
If he's at 980, then they'll get him the 1,000.
Yes.
Right?
Like if Zay Jones, that's how, by the way, like Christian Kirk, again, 1,500 is a lot of yards. But the way that you know things are clicking is Zay Jones, who when they signed him, we were like, depth play? You know what I mean? Like, we weren't sure what the play was. If he gets 1,000 yards, things are thinging.
Things are thinging. I like it. How about defense? They're on pace for 43 turnovers and 40 sacks. So just for comparison, where there's a lot of 2017, they had 37 turnovers that year.
It's hard to believe.
I think they scored 8 touchdowns that season. That might have included the playoffs.
That's a wild stat.
And 55 sacks. They had 55 sacks. And DeJuan Smoot in his news conference brought that up because he was asked, I think, by Gene Fournette, does anything remind you? And he said, well, our pass rush actually does remind. We haven't had the 10-sack game. Remember, they had a 10-sack game, I think, on 2 occasions. The opener against Houston and I want to say Indianapolis. They sacked the quarterback 10 times in each of those games. And they were on a pace at one time here in Saxonville to break the league record for sacks. Mm-hmm. I think Pittsburgh has it. And they were on pace, and then it kind of slowed toward the end of the year. Well, people probably game planned around it, right?
You might have to with that many. But yeah, I mean, to me, like, don't get me wrong, a lot of these are, I think, they're fun, right? As you said in the title. The defense one might be reasonable and obtainable and maybe eclipsing your numbers. Just because I think it's impossible in week 3 to say this is how good they are. Like, they're going to get better, and they're already really good. Like, the defensive stats might be incredible.
Yeah, I just think that 43 turnovers seem like it would be so hard to keep that up, what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm talking like this. Yeah, but I think, let's be honest, if they had 20 turnovers, we're going nuts.
Well, listen, 17 games, even if they do 2 turnovers a game, which is a feasible average.
Yeah.
Especially with the start they have. I mean, 34 turnovers would be pretty dang good. In fact, that's really close to what they did in 2017. Yeah. Again, you get the extra game. So some of these numbers.
The sacks, though, are the one.
You're not getting that many sacks.
Not 50, but like 40, like with your number, with 40.
Yeah, 40-plus sacks would be huge.
That is
2 years ago, I think the Jags had 18 sacks in a season.
That is brutal.
That's bad.
It's bad.
And add to it, they probably had like 12 turnovers that year.
Right.
Last year they had, I forget how many sacks, but 9 turnovers. So now, I mean, again, there's kind of, you're marrying these numbers together. Once you put them together and you're like in the 30-30 club for both, you're having a hell of a year. And on top of it, they're stopping the run right now. So if that trend continues, and they look like they're going to be pretty stout against the run. You know, that's something I noticed yesterday. They tried to stretch it out with Eckler. This defense is fast, man, against the run.
Yes.
Like, you're not getting to that outside.
100%.
I think this game's fascinating against the Eagles, and we'll talk a lot about it from a physical standpoint. Because the Jags, I think, on both sides of the ball have speed. They have some quickness to them. They have agility to them. And I do think they can play physical on the defensive side of the ball. I don't look at their offense and say, well, that's a physical offense. I just don't look at it that way outside of James. But Philly is. Like, Philly's going to bring it to the alley, and they can. And that's what I would do if I were them against the Jags. Like, I wouldn't worry about Kuhrts airing it out. I'd just try to beat them up at the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying they can do that, but I would test the Jags in that department. But it's a different style game, in my opinion. Even like the Chargers had good defense, good players, but good playmakers, and that relates to speed and agility and those kind of things more so than it does I'm going to beat the heck out of you, right, at the line.
Yes.
And Philly has the ability to do it, especially on offense. They can control the game, I think, with their physicality on offense. Be interesting to see if they try to do it. And now with those receivers, they're letting it fly, too.
How crazy is it that you come off a game playing Justin Herbert and the Chargers, and you're like, nobody would have told you that if you were more worried about Jalen Hurts than Justin Herbert, that they'd believe you if you said that like early in the season. And now here we are. After you dominated Justin Herbert team, and now you're like, but we got Jalen Hurts. Like, you know what I mean? It's such a character development on that front. But also the NFL, I know you got rules against the flex. This would be the game. Everybody wants to see the Eagles play right now.
Oh, this would be a great game.
And I know it's physically impossible, but like, break the rules. They're meant to be broken.
Well, somebody said, let me just double check the schedule. I saw this on Twitter earlier today, and I was just taking their word for it. But
that's dangerous.
Well, that's why I'm looking it up right now to confirm. It's less dangerous.
Not a kid.
That's why you're just going to hang on.
It would mess up your schedule though, Brent. I understand you're a busy guy. You got TV shows. Go ahead.
Okay, so Hurricane a-coming. Chiefs and Bucks on Sunday Night Football. Somebody suggested, hey, that game might have to move a little bit because of the hurricane.
Yeah.
Jags and Eagles Sunday Night Football flex. Boom.
Yeah.
How about that?
That would be great.
That would not be good because we don't want
Jacksonville.
that game on NBC. Don't move it, NFL. We want that game on CBS 47, Fox 30.
Right. We're taking the boom away. Forget the boom.
We don't want that flex
We're
game.
just back to regular.
Screw NBC Sunday Night Football.
No. Listen,
Yeah.
you say what you got to say, all right? Sorry, Brent. We need some primetime games here. NBC, Amazon, ESPN, I don't care. True TV, put them on at night. March Madness situation.
If we have a Sunday night game, that'll be tough. Get back, another late turnaround, but we have plenty of time for Monday morning madness.
You're built different, Brent. You'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
If you made it from L.A., like I said to Amanda before you guys had left yesterday, I was like, the show starts in 12 hours and Brent is in Los Angeles.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and you made it.
Wild.
It's a wild.
Sometimes you got to think about those things. It's like, holy cow.
I mean,
how does that stuff happen?
I know. She was like, how does that work? I'm like, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then when we were texting, when you had the Wi-Fi on the nice plane, and I was like, oh, I'm texting with Brian. He said he's gonna do something at the station before. She's like, he's not going home. I was like, no, he's going home.
I do think about that when I travel. Sometimes I didn't last night, but now that you put it in context, like even if you're going on a vacation, I'm like, this morning I was in Jacksonville, and like this afternoon I was in Dallas for a little bit.
Yeah.
And now I'm in Arizona.
It's a wild thing.
Like, that's a wild. You can be in all three of those places.
That's going to be us when we head to the Super Bowl.
I don't know if we appreciate that stuff sometimes. We take it for granted.
Yeah.
Yet, and we still want, like, the what are those things called? We want to be teleported. So we can even move faster.
Tell you what, that or the
someday,
bullet train. Yeah,
Jetsons say it's going to happen. I saw a great tweet the other day. I read it about the Jetsons, like how much they have predicted that has happened.
Yeah. True.
I wasn't a big Jetsons fan, but I thought the tweet was pretty good.
Really? Not a Jetsons fan?
Nah. Flintstones, not Jetsons.
Flintstones were elite. Yeah, I like the Flintstones.
Yeah, Flintstones way better than the Jetsons.
My
My sister liked the Jetsons.
So that made you dislike them?
Nah, not really. It's just didn't do much.
Flintstones were elite. There's no doubt. I have a Game Boy game that I still play, the Flintstones. I still can't beat it. This has got to be the toughest game ever made.
You can play the Flintstones on Game Boy?
Yes.
And you still play Game Boy?
Very rarely. I sometimes play Pokemon because Pokemon on Game Boy is elite. Anybody listening understands.
When was the last time they made Game Boy?
Oh, 10 years at the minimum, 15 maybe.
Is it so it's that old now?
Yes. Yeah. But I still have my little red one, and I occasionally play Flintstones, and I occasionally play Pokemon.
All right. Hey, we got more football at 5. Send me a stat. Well, we already got some in. What's your favorite stat so far 3 weeks into the Jags? Spit out a stat to us here at Football at 5. Brent, Martineau, Kasey, Kuhrts, Brent and Friends, ESPN 690. We got overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton coming up top of the hour. And don't forget, Jamal Agnew, come on out to Sneakers. Jags Report Live. We're going to have a fun show tonight. So check it out at the beach, 7 o'clock, or you can watch on Fox 30. We'll be right back.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly clear and mild tonight, dropping into the upper 60s to lower 70s. Partly sunny for your Tuesday. Couple of showers possible in the afternoon, but still a largely dry day with highs near 85. All eyes on Hurricane Ian as it makes an approach to near Florida as we go through this week with increasing local impacts in the form of heavy rain and gusty winds by Wednesday and especially Thursday and Friday. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Get into the game at Best Bet. Come experience the best in card games, hospitality, and fun at Best Bet Jacksonville, Orange Park, and St. Augustine. You don't have to be a poker pro to have an exciting time. Featuring card games of all limits and easy-to-learn games like Ultimate Texas Hold'em, 3-Card Poker, and Pai Gow. Wager on exciting simulcast races and enjoy delicious food and drinks. Our card rooms are open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. and 24 hours on Saturday and Sunday. Details at bestbetjax.com.
All offers are with approved credit and not in conjunction. See dealer for complete details. Jeep Adventure Days.
Get the perfect vehicle for your next adventure and save at your #1 hometown dealer, Jacksonville, Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Bay Meadows. Drive a brand new Jeep Grand Cherokee or Wrangler. On or off-road, you just can't get better than that. Having trouble deciding between a new SUV or pickup truck? Gladiator puts the best of both into one great vehicle. Jacksonville, Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, I-295 and Bay Meadows.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
Anyone who has ever needed self-storage knows what a hassle it can be. You have to rent or borrow a truck and then find someone to help you move your stuff. And let's face it, moving furniture and heavy items without damaging them isn't easy. Renting the unit is worse. The hidden fees and admin costs are scarier than the dingy facilities you're leaving your stuff in. Why not use Closet Box instead? Closet Box is self-storage without leaving home. They'll pick up your belongings, store them securely, and bring any item back when you need it. The best part? Unlike traditional self-storage, you only pay for what you store. No paying for unused storage space. Closet Box's background check storage movers are licensed, bonded, and insured and will take care of all of the heavy lifting. Closet Box's local storage centers are temperature controlled and monitored 24/7. Closet Box has an A+ rating from the BBB. Call 877-233-5696 now for the season's best rates. Get $50 off first month storage using code RADIO50. That's 877-233-5696. 877-233-5696.
Life always has its challenges, but if you feel hopeless or suicidal, you don't have to face it alone. I'm Dr. Christine Caulfield, CEO of LSF Health Systems, and our free Link to Life program can help. We'll connect you with a care coordinator who will work with you to build better tomorrows. Please take suicide off the table. Contact Link to Life at 904-582-3252 or visit lsfhealthsystems.org.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jax. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN690 Jax on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, or follow me on Twitter at BrentASJax. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN690.
Able to start from scratch this offseason. The way these guys have worked to get themselves ready, our coaching staff has put us in unbelievable situations to be successful. And we got a lot of competitors, a lot of dogs all over the field, and it's been fun.
Well, it's been fun so far. I said that to Doug Peterson. He was leaving the stadium, and I saw him, and I said, that was fun. Or I said it was fun to watch. He said, it was fun to be a part of.
There you go.
Was it very measured, though? Like, nothing like... I think, was it Rashean? Or I think it was Maurice Jones-Drew said this earlier today here on the program. It's like everybody gets excited, but in the locker room, they're like, yeah, this is what we expected.
Right.
Well... And Maurice wasn't saying, I can't believe everybody gets so excited. He's just saying there's a little bit difference. Like Doug Peterson expects to win. The guy's won before. These guys, a lot of them think they're good and expected to win. Problem with us around here is we're so scarred, and we have no idea if they're any good until they prove it to us. And what this football team is doing is exactly what we asked. Show us. And in the first few weeks, they showed us.
They have.
And the way to reciprocate that now is now you believe in it. And now we'll see if it can stay. I really wish, I said this morning on Monday Morning Madness, I wish the Jags had a home game this week.
Yeah.
It would be cool. Just to see, because I'm starting to feel it build a little bit. I think this was a very reserved town this entire offseason about what was going on. There's reason for that. Their expectation was definitely tempered about what was going on. And we almost looked at this thing as like, please just take a step back to relevance, but we know you're not going to be great.
Compete a little bit.
Yeah, but we're all talking 6, maybe a 7th win, right? So how do you get a fan base super excited about saying, yeah, I think they're going to win 6 or 7, and we're going to be happy with that? Like, that's not a super excited fan base. Well, when you start 2-1 and you go out west and you win a game and you win the way you're winning, well, that gets people more excited faster and on board, and that's all it takes. This place is ready to pounce as soon as the Jags are ready to win and look like this. And maybe this team is ready to win and has arrived a little bit quicker. We just don't know that. Can you imagine if they beat the Eagles, though?
Really? Because then you come home to play Houston? Holy cow.
I mean, can you imagine if they beat the Eagles? The way the Eagles look right now.
Yeah, I mean, it would be incredible because you'd also be beating them at full strength. So that argument would go off the table. I've seen that on Twitter today from the 6 Chargers fans there are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it'd be something now because the Eagles, they up there in the top 2 in the power rankings in the NFL.
And they should be.
They're great. There's no doubt. And you go on the road in Philadelphia. Brent, I was going to tell you, be careful in the pregame show. People might throw stuff at you. They threw stuff at Santa Claus. So, like, be careful out there. But it would be an incredible win.
We're going to talk about the Eagles game a lot this week. But, I mean, I kind of say, can they beat the Eagles? Like, I don't feel like they're outclassed roster-wise as I do in some other spots. Like, I said that about even the Chargers, like a healthy Chargers team. I thought they might be outclassed. As you look at it, I don't think so. Even if they were healthy, that would have been a heck of a football game. And I think the Jags would have won.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really do. The Chiefs, I would say, yeah, I mean, they're just at a different stage. See, the Eagles aren't that different of a stage. They surprised some people last year. But they're still trying to find – they are not a proven commodity by any sense of the imagination. So maybe they're closer to the Eagles than – even though the Eagles are playing really well.
I think the one thing that is proven for them, well, the main thing at least that comes to my mind is their offensive line. It's very good. And that'll be an interesting matchup with the Jags pass rush. Obviously, we just talked about it. They're very good at that. And the Eagles are very good in their offensive line. So I think that'll be an intriguing matchup at this point in the season. And then the thing with Jalen Hurts, like, he's been great for 3 games. But to the points you've made in the offseason and last year, like, there are times where he doesn't look great. And if you get that Jalen Hurts, all bets are off.
Yeah, I do love that the Eagles won and didn't lose. Like, you at least get I'd rather have the 3-0 Eagles than the 2-1 Eagles. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because sometimes that loss wakes you up.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're an unbeatable football team. And they might be that team this year, though. Who knows? You never know. They have a lot of juice right now. Like, I think the Jags have a lot of juice right now. I think they feel really good about themselves. But I think the Eagles really feel themselves right now, you know?
Yeah.
They're like, because they're beating up people. I mean, they are pouncing people.
They are. And the quarterback's playing well.
They crushed the Vikings.
Yes.
Who else did they beat? Vikings and obviously yesterday the Commanders, but who else?
Week 1.
Would it have been was it the Cowboys?
Giants? No.
I can't remember who they beat in week 1. And I'm just wondering if they crushed them too, because right now it's not even close between the Eagles and everybody.
It feels like it was a crushing because I have Jalen Hurts in multiple fantasy leagues, and I remember it was the game with the Lions, but they scored 40.
Yeah, they were up big.
They were up big,
and then they kind of let them back in.
Backdoor cover for the ages.
Yeah.
But they scored 40 on the road, by the way.
Yeah, to start the year. So I do think 3 out of 4 on the road is a tricky deal too for the Jags. Like the way that starts, they catches up after a while. They handled this one well, but it does catch up to you. 3 out of 4, I think, is a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see
for some teams. We'll see if it is for this one.
I think it's a good team though for the Doug Peterson part of it. Like I've said that since the beginning, he's going to will them to a win against Philly. I said that when I thought they weren't going to be this good. Now I feel even better about that.
Yeah, I tell you one thing I feel better about, like from an X's and O's standpoint, I'll take our guy every Sunday right now. It's just amazing, Haven't seen that.
It's also amazing that the guy, I don't want to say got passed up by every team because that's not correct.
He kind of did.
But
there's like 10 openings this year.
Any of those teams could have hired him before the Jags did because they didn't jump on it right away. Like, if you hired a coach like Denver's got to be looking at it like, how did we mess this up? Like, they might believe in Hackett. Hopefully the ownership does, right? I know the fans don't. I follow a few Denver fans. They're furious. But, like, you look at what's going on with Jacksonville, you're like, how did we miss on this? The guy won a Super Bowl, and everyone just was like, nah, we'll go with Hackett.
Well,
like, what are we doing?
I would say even around here, you could say, how did it take so dang long?
Oh, no, I'm with that for sure. But now I'm looking at the other teams like, what were you doing?
But isn't the story he only had one interview? Like, it was Chicago or Minnesota, one of the two?
Right, that's why I'm saying, like, not everybody passed up on him, but, like, they missed the opportunity to just talk to him.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Brent. I don't understand it.
Well, we said it from day one. We liked Doug Peterson around here from day one. We thought in the first week it had to be Caldwell or Peterson, and Caldwell didn't seem to be, I guess, as interested, or he wasn't going to get it as age. So instead they got Caldwell as a defensive coordinator.
Right.
A different one.
Yeah.
And that's worked out well too. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, as you go back, we're going to be a lot of stories on Peterson. There should be a lot of conversation right now on Peterson. And maybe when this thing is rewritten at the end of the year or even down the road a little bit, you're going to look back at this hiring process all around the league, and there were like 10 openings at the end of the day, I believe, how it shook out.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe 2 teams brought in Doug Peterson. Like, you better start thinking about where your process is.
Yeah.
Because this is apparent right away. The guy can coach. He's apparent right, and he's a nice guy, so it's not like he's toxic guy.
No, he fixed the toxic. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I think what they asked
there to like?
What they asked him to do is significantly more than the Vikings asked their new coach to do, or Denver. Like, nobody asked their team, like, hey, you just had a horrible, awful disaster. No, because the Raiders went to the playoffs. It was maybe toxic, but like nobody had it like this. And Doug was like, nah, it's cool. By week 3, it'll be fine. I'll clean it up. Everyone will have ice cream. The roster will be 10 times better, and we'll be 2-1 when nobody expected us to win these games.
Hey, how about Zay Jones yesterday? I had a chance to catch up with Zay Jones in the locker room. 10 catches, 85 yards. It's a career high for catches. He was on 11 targets. This guy can run now, and he's done some of the dirty work early on. So has Marvin Jones, and they rewarded both of them yesterday, but especially Zay Jones, the latest receiver to pop in this Doug Peterson offense, and that rapport with Trevor Lawrence looks good with number 7.
I think Doug's been phenomenal. Different style of coaching than I was used to, but everyone's different. Everyone has their Kuhrts, per se, or whatever, and I feel like this team has really bought into what he's selling. When he installs plays and when Press installs plays, they show us the why, and they try to give us every tool to be successful, and they work tirelessly. I mean, these guys are going home 11:30, midnight, back home to their families, so to see it pay off, I know it means a lot for them. And it means a lot to us as players, knowing that we have a coaching staff that's trying to give us every availability and possibility to win.
Trevor was 19 for his last 22. I mean, can you guys feel that rhythm happening on offense?
Yeah, that's solid. I think some people call that the zone, and I feel like he was really in it. He felt very in tune. Trevor had a great week of practice, so that's no surprise that it carried over. It doesn't always guarantee a win, but it's really good when you can see the process of what you've done throughout the week come to fruition on Sunday and be dominant. And I think our Coach Field did an amazing job with our O-line, tight ends, and the run game. And, I mean, look at our 2 backs, man, or 3 backs that we have. I mean, they did a phenomenal job. I mean, I think James is stout. He's a great player. I don't think anyone could take that away from him. And having Travis healthy, coming in, catching screens, I don't know all the technicalities of all the terms that they're doing back there, but I mean, like, it's exciting to be a part of.
Well, you just said it. I mean, you can go down the list. I mean, you and Christian and Ingram and Marvin and Travis and James. I mean, there's a lot. When you guys unveiled this thing in camp or even earlier, is this how you kind of saw it happening?
I know a lot of people were weary because we had a lot of parts, but they didn't see it connecting. I think as a unit, I would be lying if I said I didn't see it at first, but I got to see it faster than what the outside people did. And when I started seeing it coming together, and like, this is how I'm going to be used, this is how Christian's going to be used, this is how Mar's going to be used, and this is how we're going to work in fluidity with each other. This is how our tight ends are going to be involved. And we're going to be a run team if we need to. We're going to be a pass team, deep shots, intermediate, short game, mix it up, whatever it is. And you look around, we're like, wait, we actually have the pieces to do this. It's not just lip service. So I'm grateful, like I said before, just to be a part of it.
We have not seen a lot of W's and a lot of scoring and offense like this over the years. Are you starting to feel the confidence bloom even internally? I mean, because I'm sure in town it's starting to grow.
I want to believe in that. You can never get too high, never get too low. I think it's important to kind of keep yourself even keel. But we're definitely going to celebrate this and enjoy this. It's hard to win this league, and we flew across the nation to get it, and we did it, and now we're going to bring it back home. So definitely going to cherish it. We know in the next few hours after it's gone, we have another tough opponent who's playing very, very well right now. And, I'll let that be.
You guys are pretty good, though, huh?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. You excited for it?
I'm pretty excited. Some of the best I've seen around here.
Yeah, there you go, man. It's good.
Thanks, man.
I like your suit jacket.
Appreciate you. I like Zay Jones. Even liked my suit jacket,
He
too.
likes you.
Yeah, I mean, nice guy, and another good signing by Trent Baalke and Doug Peterson, and we're all like, what? I'll be honest with you. I said it.
I said
DJ, I didn't know enough about Zay Jones, but I'll give you 2 instances on the Zay Jones signing. One, I thought, well, why didn't you just bring DJ Chark back for some of that money and see what you got? Because I was still afraid that DJ Chark goes and you're losing a talent that was homegrown.
Right.
Right? And so why don't you just see one more year on a show-me deal, and you don't even have to go spend 3 years, $24 million. Well, the other part of it is, and I remember asking in the building, I said, I'm still a little confused at how this is working. I get Christian Kirk. I get Marvin Jones is still here. And at the time, they had Laviska Shenault still here. And who else? Was anybody else here?
Agnew.
Well, you added Ingram, and you got Agnew. I just said...
I guess Treadwell was still here.
Oh, Treadwell was still there. But I was more thinking like the Ingram, because I knew he'd be out wide a lot. You know, I mean, he's going to go run routes. And I said, well, where does Zay Jones fit into this? And he's like, well, he's one of our top 3 guys. I mean, boom, matter of fact.
Good.
He's a top 3 guy.
Nice.
And in my mind, I hadn't seen enough of Zay Jones to know, I'm not convinced he wasn't a better option than Laviska Shenault at that time. If I'm being completely honest. And by the way, Laviska with a touchdown the other day.
Yeah, you saw that?
Boy,
he took off.
But Zay Jones gives them the speed threat. And that's what, I mean, they told me that day in the building, too. It was like, boom. And he can take the top off.
Mm-hmm.
And he also can allow them to do a lot of stuff underneath while he's taking the top off. So it's a nice element. Had a big day, 10 catches, a career high. I asked for spit out some stats on this beautiful 3-week stretch for the Jags. Devin Lloyd leads in NFL in pass breakups with 6, says Patrick. That's a good stat. Joe Montoro says, discipline penalties are way down. Now, he doesn't give a stat, but I'll give you the stat. They led the league in week 1 with 13 penalties. Last week, they had 3.
That's good.
This past week, they had 2.
Going for 1 this week, baby.
That is coaching. Like,
Yes,
penalties
it is
can
coaching.
be, when you start with 13, that can be a problem, like a big problem.
It was last year.
And it doesn't look like it's a problem. That's coaching, details, and a big, big growth from week 1 to so far these last couple of weeks. Brent Martineau, Kasey, Kuhrts, Brent and Friends on ESPN690. We put a bow on the show. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton coming up. And it's Kasey's favorite segment of the show to put a bow on it because he wants to participate in Give Me One Thing when we come back on ESPN690.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Is your digital marketing strategy keeping you up at night? Do you have more questions than answers? CMG Local Solutions can help you take all the guesswork out of digital marketing. Let CMG Local Solutions create the best marketing plan for your global, regional, or local business. CMG Local Solutions has the right tools to fit your business's marketing needs.
Learn more at cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville. That's cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville.
Here's another remarkable success story from QC Kinetics. This one from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, and it just kept on hurting for months.
From my high school football and wrestling days, I already had a little bit of damage in there, but this just sent it over the edge.
Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement when he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics.
It was really fascinating how they did their work, and the science behind it was very intriguing, and it works. Extracting the cure out of my own body blew my mind. It's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic.
That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatments use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief.
Now I'm back at the gym. I'm 100%, feeling great.
If you're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
September is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's got 500 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Dave Benyon here with Zerorez. Fall is my favorite time of the year. It's cooling down outside and it's perfect weather for cleaning carpets and tile. At Zerorez, we are falling back in time. For September only, you can get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129, and we will clean the 4th room for free. That's right, the 4th room is on me. At Zerorez, our mission is simple: to become the most trusted provider in our industry. Give Zerorez a chance to earn your trust. Zerorez, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to get conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life, celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. All right, here's the deal now. We've had a hell of a Monday.
We have. Sorry. I had to co-sign.
Yeah, no problem. I mean,
I
wasn't waiting on that. It was just a pregnant pause of, I just want everybody to soak that in on your way home as you get to see the family and eat some dinner and flip on Fox 30 at 7 o'clock for Jags Report Live, and Jamal Agnew's going to join us from Sneakers, or maybe you're on your way out to the beach and you can stop by, say hello to Jamal.
You could. I almost forgot my car didn't start this morning, by the way. Almost.
You want to get a new car tomorrow? Maybe?
Potentially. Yeah.
Don't give away the secrets yet. They might be listening.
They
already got you on the
really
hook.
might be listening. So, yeah, we'll see. But, yeah, dead car in the driveway is how the day started.
Got to get rid of that car.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brent.
I mean, listen, Chip has done a lot of good things. But leaving that car to you is not one of them.
Yeah, it's not. Wasn't the best move we've ever made as a family, as a team effort. But listen.
Sometimes the cars just go. And
the crazy part is Mom wants it back. Mom's like, I'll drive it. I'm like, Mom, there's well-documented problems. But, I told her, I'm like, maybe it's me, right? Maybe the car doesn't love me the way that I tried to love it. I got it new tires. I got it a new battery. Did I break the door? Potentially. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I've shown the car love, and it didn't love me. But my mom's like, well, it might love me. So I was like, Mom, you take it. You take it back, Mom.
All right, Mom. Give it some love. Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, give me one thing. Kasey, what you got?
Yeah, so I've been sitting on this for a while. So Devin Lloyd, I'm infatuated by it, right? The stats, the way he plays, everything. So I'm like trying to find a comparison for Devin Lloyd. And I'm like looking. And I'm looking, to be honest, with no real answers. Didn't come up with one I liked until I stumbled on this one. Now, they call it Overreaction Monday for a reason. But when I look at the stats, what do I think Devin Lloyd is? Well, he's already got a couple of interceptions. I don't think he's going to end up with one per game. But, maybe maybe 3, 4, 5 a season. Okay. And then I'm like, he's eventually going to rush the passer. 4 or 5 sacks a season, a couple takeaways, couple sacks from the middle linebacker spot. And then I find a guy with similar stats who's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh.
Now, I want to emphasize that on the field, this is the type of dude Devin Lloyd is. Off the field, I think Devin Lloyd's a better person.
Are you going to give us Ray?
I'm going to give you Ray Lewis. That's my give me one thing.
Wow.
I think that's what this guy's going to be.
Stat-wise, you think he could get those kind of stats?
I mean, it's right there, man. Like, all the tackles are there, but Ray Lewis is giving you 4 or 5 interceptions a year, 4 or 5 sacks a year. Like, he showed he can be that guy. The pass breakups, like, early on, and again, with no acclimation period. Utah into an injured training camp, into 3 games into his career, and I'm like, I see it.
By the way, like you say, like Ray Lewis, you feel Ray Lewis, right? Like he's that kind of from a heartbeat, soul of the team standpoint.
And
Lloyd has a little bit of that in him, like in that sense. Like a different style, but that sense where you can feel the leadership, personality from that spot. So that's interesting. I mean, that is way too early, but I kind of love it. Give me one thing real quick, and I'll just simply say, hey, is there any doubt this guy in town, Trevor Lawrence, is the best in class from 2021 right now?
There is no doubt.
No doubt, and that's a good thing. That's a
great thing.
really, really good thing. Hey, Mondays presented by Fields Auto Group from Monday Morning Madness. It started at 8 a.m. to Brent and Friends in an afternoon with Maurice Jones-Drew and Rashean Mathis. You can always go back and listen on the podcast or YouTube. And now coming up next, it's overtime, Kuhrts and Middleton. And then we'll see you at Sneakers in Jax Beach, 7 o'clock for Jags Report Live with Jamal Agnew. That's on Fox 30. Oh, it's been a fun Monday. Let's do it again tomorrow, everybody. We'll be live at Davoli's House of Cards, 3 o'clock on Tuesday. Have a good night.
If it's just another day, that doesn't mean you deserve just another shower. Nebbia by Moen Quattro creates 4 unique shower experiences: relieve, soothe, clarify, and cleanse, to give you all the escape while using 50% less water than standard showers, making your everyday routine an experience. Water designs our life. Who designs for water? Moen.
Love and Light Wellness Spa, how can I help you today?
Hi there. I'd like to make an appointment for next week.
Excellent. Does Tuesday 9 a.m. work?
Ooh, mornings are when I go to Taco Bell to get my bacon breakfast quesadilla.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't like missing out on those fluffy eggs and crispy bacon covered in melty cheeses.
Oh, I understand. Let's see what I have in the afternoon.
Namaste.
Try the bacon breakfast quesadilla, only at Taco Bell. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations near you during breakfast hours only, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
We're ready to deal. Best Bet St. Augustine is now open. Experience the best in poker, simulcast wagering, and fun card games for all levels at Best Bet St. Augustine. Best Bet's newest card room features 49 gaming tables, a state-of-the-art sports bar, delicious wings, a full-service bar, and freshly made sushi. Open from 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, and 24 hours on the weekends. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive, right off exit 311. For promotions, go to bestbetjax.com.
See dealer for complete details. Jeep Adventure Days.
Tailgate at the stadium in style with a brand new SUV from Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. We've got Compass, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and more, much more. Why not drive the most celebrated SUVs on the planet? We've got a great selection, and we can even factory order one just the way you need it. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside.
I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue.
Westside.
We appreciate our good friends at CGC Water Treatment. They were just part of our Dream 18 golf tournament once again. And this year, CGC Water Treatment is celebrating 75 years in business. Put their experience to work for you. Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call today and save hundreds, even thousands, on a complete home solution for city and well water. Financing available with approved credit. And because the professionals at CGC Water are committed to being your go-to water experts, you can trust their master plumbing with all your plumbing needs as well. 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. Now you can take advantage of their $75 drain cleaning special too. Call for details. CGC Water Treatment, proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer. and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Hey, do you like beer?
Yeah!
What about great food and lederhosen? Then you're going to love the 3rd annual Oktoberfest at Kingmaker Brewing in Riverside. Sponsored by 1-to-1 Financial Credit Union. Kingmaker has the only Oktoberfest in Jacksonville that spans 2 whole weekends.
Right.
September 22nd to October 2nd. That's 10 days of good food, great beer, and amazing local businesses. Learn more or grab VIP tickets at kingmakerbrewing.com. Oktoberfest, September 22nd to October 2nd. Kingmaker in Riverside. Brought to you by Jacksonville's hometown credit union, 1-to-1 Financial. Dunk.
The following message is sponsored by the Florida Department of Elder Affairs, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Soon, it will be time to make important decisions about your Medicare prescription drug coverage. Shine counselors provide free, unbiased help in selecting a Medicare Part D or Advantage plan. If you have questions, Shine can guide you through the enrollment period ending December 7th. For more information or to volunteer, call 1-800-963-5337 or go to floridashine.org.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Kasey Kuhrts, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN 690 Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN 690. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau. Check out Action Sports Jacks weekdays from 3 until 6 on ESPN 690.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Breaking news. Brown Star defensive end Myles Garrett was involved in a one-car accident today. He crashed his vehicle, which went off the road and flipped several times before coming to a rest. Garrett suffered non-life-threatening injuries, was taken to a local hospital. Neither drugs nor alcohol was involved. The Eagles have joined the Buccaneers as the co-favorites to win the NFC, plus 650 at Caesars Sportsbook. Philly and Tampa also tied with the third shortest odds to win the Super Bowl, behind Buffalo and Kansas City. Despite the loss to the Dolphins, the Bills still tops in the league, believes ESPN's Rex Ryan.
The Buffalo Bills are clearly the best team, and not only in the East, but in the entire league. Look, this team got destroyed in the game everywhere but the scoreboard. Right. And when I look at this, they had 200 yards of total offense.
Miami did.
Miami did. Mm-hmm. That's right, with 6 starters out on the Buffalo Bills defense.
Cowboys receiver Michael Gallup will be inactive against the Giants on Monday Night Football, 8:15 Eastern ABC, ESPN TV, and ESPN2. His return from a torn ACL will wait 1 more week.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. If you're a renter, make sure you're protected. Renter's insurance includes options that cover stolen property, personal injury, and living expenses if your place is damaged. Quote renter's insurance at progressive.com.
America's longest music bed, America's longest intro to a radio show, and it's on ESPN 690 at 6 o'clock almost every day, but it's a good bed, so I'm okay with it. The broadcast on, the voice you just heard, Brian Middleton, Kasey Kuhrts. It's Overreaction Monday.
It is Overreaction Monday.
It's Victory
Monday
you got it right there
again.
On the stream. Yeah, I got it on the stream. I gotta stop yelling.
It's normally in-game producing.
Listen, there's a lot of in-game producing. But we ready today. You gotta be ready on Overreaction Victory Monday in Jacksonville.
I'm not ready. Hold on, man.
Well,
okay.
That's for certain.
Okay, here we go. Well, someone was still in my station until 6:00.
Well, somebody was in my station until 6:00. We're waiting for this great producer moment.
No. I'm ready now. That's what I'm saying. I'm ready. Let's go.
I thought something was going to happen.
Something did happen. I'm now ready.
Great.
I thought there was Monday in the building because I'm dealing with Kasey Kuhrts, man.
There we go.
I'm dealing with Kasey Kuhrts right now.
Don't say it like you're disappointed. Listen, we got an hour and a half to talk to the people for overreactions, for Victory Monday. I'll tell you how I left off the last show, Brian Middleton. Overreaction Monday in full effect. Devin Lloyd's the next Ray Lewis.
On
the field. On the field.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I stand by it.
Hey, listen, okay? Oh, boy, I'm glad you made that distinction.
I made it clear in that show. I'll make it clear in this show. But listen, there's so many places to start, and we might as well start on the defensive side of the football.
Might as well.
Them boys are good.
Are you old enough to know who Young Jock was? Like when he actually was like a decent rapper?
Talking about Jock Peterson?
Okay, I don't know his last name, so if that's his last name.
No, I'm talking about the baseball player. I know you're not talking about
okay. All right.
I do not know Young Jock. Do you have a fact for Young Jock?
That's unfortunate. Pull this clip, and then I'll make sure to put, eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yes, I'm familiar.
All right. Do you know another song from him? I'm sorry, we off track already. It's amazing to me because I remember Kasey is. Hold on, man. When was your birthday? Isn't your birthday this month?
My birthday is this month.
You already celebrated it?
No.
Because it's this week.
It's this week.
Woo! Hey, man, hold on. We off track. Hey, man, what day?
Friday.
Ooh, shoot. Hurricane Kasey.
There's a hurricane.
Hurricane birthday party.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
Okay, Kasey. We have to get you right. We're going to have to get you right.
We're not going to. Should we get back on track?
Maybe.
I don't understand how you don't want to talk about this defense.
I do want to talk about this defense.
You said top 3. They're more important than my birthday.
You said might as well. Young Jock had a mixtape where he did might as well, and I liked the song. And I didn't know if you knew it at all, and I was going to start rapping some of it, but I was like, he don't know. He ain't going to finish this statement, but you've surprised me before. This defense, Kasey Kuhrts.
Thank you. I thought you were going to give me something.
Oh, my bad. I was handing it back because I cut you off. Okay.
Take it.
This defense right here, Kasey Kuhrts, let's get excited, right? Number one, because me and you are basically like clairvoyant. We're soothsayers.
We are.
Crystal balls out here, huh? Show me your palms, because I feel like I can tell you the future. What we've been saying, I mean, listen, it took you like an extra week to get on the Trayvon Walker bus. But once you got on there, you were all the way on there.
I'm here.
And what have we been saying since April, Kasey? Since May, June, July.
The Super Bowl champs are practicing at Episcopal High School?
That's one. And what's another thing? This will be a top 5 defense. I said 5 to 7, then I, brought all the way in. Top 5 defense. Kasey Kuhrts, I'm looking at that defense right there. And you know what they did to a team when people want to bring up the excuse where Justin Herbert was hurt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was hurt. Well, they didn't have Keenan Allen. Well, they didn't. Hey, they did what great defenses are supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
They did exactly what it was that you're supposed to do, and make the other team look bad.
Yes.
Huh? That lucky little drive.
Horrible.
Yeah, that lucky little drive that they made. Was that in the second quarter or the third quarter where they actually got that touchdown? They kind of just went right down the field.
It was late. Yeah.
And I was like, all right. Hey, the rest of the time though. Time of possession. I mean, I know that's offense, but man, the defense was fresh. The time of possession the difference was so crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, you got turnovers, making stops. There were 3 and outs there. They were causing headaches for the offensive coordinator. The way that Ken Dorsey got mad, the Buffalo Bills OC.
Yes,
I feel like the Chargers offensive coordinator should have been like that. I feel like he should have had that kind of Ken Dorsey energy the way that it was happening on Sunday. I mean, it was so amazing, man. Fun fact, Kasey Kuhrts.
What you got?
This will come back up and start bench remove.
Great.
The Jags, first in the league against the run. Did you realize that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You talk about sports for about 5 hours before you get to this show. That's right.
Yeah, 4. This is
that's right.
This is number 5. But yes, they are incredible against the run. And by the way, they played Jonathan Taylor. Rumor has it he can run the ball. Austin Eckler, by the way, he's a pretty good back as well. So, yeah, number 1 in the run and rightfully against the run and rightfully deserved. It's week 3. It is week 3, and they have embarrassed back-to-back opponents with a brand new defensive coordinator. We got to clap it up for Mike Caldwell. Can we do that, please?
Absolutely. Yeah. Good job, Michael.
Mike Caldwell, 3 weeks in, has done a better job than anybody but one person in the last 10 years in Jacksonville at his job. Right? 2017 was pretty wild, so we'll see how that plays out. But Mike Caldwell said, I don't need experience being a defensive coordinator. I just need a chance. And Doug Peterson, the coach of coaches, said, you know what? I'm going to give him a chance. And in week 3, they are dominating other NFL teams. They're not barely winning, right? They're not barely doing just enough to win like some of these teams. The Tennessee Titans, they did just enough the other day. These boys are dominating other teams that people picked to win the Super Bowl. It's just light work. And they're just like,
easy money, Kasey Kuhrts.
All right, who's next?
Easy money.
10 points, 2 games.
Apparently, it's going to be Philadelphia.
And that's going to be a heck of a football game.
There you go. Get back into the fake humbleness. I like it. You got to do that.
It's going to be a great football game.
It's going to be a great football game.
It presents different matchups, right? You got different things you got to worry about, which we will break down, but we're certainly not going to do that on Victory Overreaction Monday.
Not today.
Absolutely not. We're going to keep talking about how good this team is and how unexpectedly dominant this team has become. It's week 3, Brian Middleton, and they are this good in week 3. Do you realize we will go until like 16, 17 games?
Yeah. I hear we got at least 14 more. Yeah.
Yeah, and if they continue to get better, imagine better than what they are right now. I would not want to be the Tennessee Titans the last week of the season. Actually, maybe because they might be resting people. They might not have to play their better players in that game.
Listen, that defense right there, Kasey Kuhrts. Let me just say this part too. As high as we were on them going into the preseason and then into the regular season, I gotta tell you, I think they've even outdone my expectations. And I think the element that I wasn't expecting, the amount of turnovers that have happened in the first 3 games.
Sure.
You know what good defenses do as well, right? I'm on this big generalization kick right now. What good teams do, what good defenses do. They find a way to make a momentum swing, even when they don't need to.
Yeah.
And that's the part right there that the Jags are doing. First 3 weeks, even in the Commanders' loss. I mean, you think back to the forced fumble by Josh Allen or the crazy interception by Trayvon Walker.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's happening every game. And that's the kind of stuff right there that will keep you in games.
Yeah.
So until your offense, let's say that the offense doesn't have it going the way that they did. And as a matter of fact, early on in the game, it felt like they didn't. They were filling things out as far as the Jags offense. A couple of high throws by Trevor.
Yep.
I'm sure that you guys talked about this from 3 to 6, with you and Brent and Aaron. But once that defense gets in their mind, like, listen, the offense is going to come around. We got people on offense, which the Jags showed yesterday. We've got people, but maybe they need a moment or two to really get their footing out here. It's West Coast time. They're 3 hours behind. You know what I mean? Certain people don't handle jet lag the same way. But the defense said, us here, don't you worry about it.
Yeah, we good.
Don't you worry about it, offense. And because they believe in this guy named Trevor Lawrence.
As they should.
And once he finally gets things going, it's going to be curtains for you. So we're going to go ahead and do what we do and make sure that we give the offense a chance to put up 38 and leave 10 to 14 points on the board.
It's true.
Whew. Kasey, if they would have hit on a couple more, it would have been a 40-pointer.
If they wouldn't have wiped the Evan Ingram off, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
which is wild.
I almost texted you on that, and I was texting you like crazy for like a moment. I almost texted you on that Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know how they changed that.
That was so impressive. I don't care that they took it back. I mean, I do, but I don't in the sense of the roll, the rollout, the throw, the placement of the throw, the catch, the dragging of 2 feet in the end zone, refs. But yeah, Kasey, to go back to the defense, I've never seen the 2000 Ravens defense or the 85 Bears defense and the Jags defense in the same room. So until I do that, I don't know if maybe someone's playing disguise around here. You said potentially someone's like Ray Lewis. I don't know.
I feel strongly about it, man. The Devin Lloyd is wild to me. It's wild. I've said it 3 times in the last 3 hours, and I'm now going to make it 4 in the last 4 hours. He did not have a training camp, right? He was hurt. He was off to the side.
Yeah.
He played one bad half of football in his first game and then was like, oh, I got it. I took notes during the half. Everything's cool. And then since then, he's been like stopping 2-point conversions and picking off footballs and knocking footballs away in coverage. He has been incredible. He's been a first-round pick. He's been great. And we are 3 games in.
Absolutely, Kasey. And you just think about all the young guys on that team. I mean, specifically Lloyd, Walker. Cisco's been getting into the mix. He got an interception. Tyson Campbell just been this is the best, potentially the best case scenario outside of actually beating the Commanders, pulling that game out.
Yeah.
I mean, this defense is seemingly coming together much quicker than I think anybody outside of, people in the actual Jags organization probably thought that could happen. And I was high on them. We were high on them going into it already.
We were. By the way, little big man back in the chat. Appreciate you.
Hey.
Jumping in. It is a wild thing. The next evolution for me of the defense will be, can they win a game when they have to? Right? They won the game against the Colts. You can't win if you don't score, right? And the Jags, they covered them to 24 points. And then yesterday, obviously, the defense was great. But when it comes down to a game that's 13-10, can they hold them? 17-13, whatever. You see my point.
Yeah.
That's the next evolution of this team. And when you play a game against another really good team, i.e. the Philadelphia Eagles, this might be that game. On the flip side of that, if you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, which we will do more throughout the week, I'm not going to get carried away, but I want to use this to give another pat on the back to this defense. The Jags didn't know how to win, right? They had no clue. They played a game against Washington that was winnable. They didn't do it, right? They then played the Indianapolis Colts and dominate them, right? They figure out, hey, this is actually how we do this. They then, that's the first barrier they got through. They then had a barrier to get through is they can't win on the West Coast. Check that one off. They dominated them. The next one that the Jags have consistently had a problem with is the running quarterback. And they'll now get that chance in Philadelphia. So it's crazy how they're getting the opportunity to right all these wrongs that they, not these specific players, but this organization has had for the last, outside of 2017, 10 years.
Yeah,
easy. Marcus Mariota consistently cutted them up in 9-6 games against the Titans. And that was a problem. They could never figure out Mariota. And they
imagine that statement.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a thing. And now they will have that opportunity to kind of right that wrong. And I just you cannot say enough about the defense.
Let me ask you this. It's Overreaction Monday.
Yeah.
But we here on OT with Kuhrts and Middleton.
That's us.
What we also do, we have the ability to look at all sides of the coin. Because there's 2, right?
There's
the
always
coins.
2.
Yeah, okay. Unless you count like the little edge. I don't know if that's a side. Anyway, so
nobody's ever gone heads,
though we
tail,
overreact,
edge.
We can still have reason.
Yes.
And we still look at things critically. Okay?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, Kasey, just for a split moment, tell me if you had to choose something for the defense to get better in, because you can always get better, right? That's what you hope for. You don't want to peak too soon. You want to slow build. You want to do things correctly, but you want to get better and better. What would you say the defense would need to get better at? I think that might be a tough one, but can you see anything right now in these first 3 weeks that the defense absolutely needs to get better at, even though they've been dominating in 2 of the 3 games?
Yeah, so I think the thing that comes to mind is defending the deep ball, right? You've got the plays that stick out, obviously McLaurin, and then that throw that Herbert made yesterday, which was honestly incredible.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like, I don't have a lot of evidence there, right? I have those 2. I'm not going to call the Dotson touchdown a deep ball in Washington. And again, the coverage was really good on that one. But like, that's what stands out, because when you look at what else they do, well, they stop the run actually better than everybody other team that plays this sport. Okay. So you don't, that's not a thing. Pass rush, they're good. They're good at that. The linebackers, they might have the best linebackers in the league. It's just that simple. The safeties, I think when they are playing with swag, I think Jenkins is fun. I think Cisco's going to be fun. But the deep ball has been the only thing that you can point to and been like, they could have done that better. So I think that would be it. Now, granted, a couple things go into that. Cisco hasn't played a lot of football, so you're still working through that. Jenkins is boom or bust. Like, that's what it is. So, like, that is going to happen occasionally. I mean, he's up at the line of scrimmage making plays, so you got to understand that at some point you're going to get burned on that. And then, well, you know, Herndon and Darius Williams, they did their job yesterday, but, like, you were without Shaq Griffin, who was, you know, part of the problem in the McLaurin long ball. But, like, that's something they can still work through. So I think the corners are very good. Don't get me wrong. I think the safeties are going to be good. But that's the one thing that I look at, and I'm like, they could be better at that. And I think they will be. But I'll tell you this. If the deep ball is really a problem, if defending the deep ball is actually a thing, they're going to find out. Because A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. They're going to try. And that, again, it comes to that point with Shaq, right? That's the guy that Terry McLaurin ran by. If he's not fully healthy now, take that in. Because, by the way, I had no idea we were like, oh, he's not playing injured, right? That kind of snuck up on me because we were already done with the pregame show when he didn't play on Sunday. And if he's not 100% and not the quickest guy already, Devonta Smith might be, like, in the end zone.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I think that's the thing for me. And they'll have to weigh those options when they play Philly because Philly's going to attack you from a lot of ways. You can't drop too many because then Jalen Hurts going to get moving and grooving. And listen, defense is good, but they're going to have a hard time catching him. He's a quick guy.
Absolutely, Kasey. I'm with you on that. That's kind of the route that I was going as well. If I had to just nitpick, because that's really all I can really point at, to be real with you. And honestly, Kasey, the way that they can dominate that line of scrimmage that they've shown so far, I mean, it may get to a point to where they're like, okay, I guess we'll run a certain defense where we might be able to, drop back more because they can get pressure with 4 or 5 guys.
Yeah, they can.
You know what I mean? They don't have to bring 7, 8 the house in order to get to sniff the cleat of the quarterback. And I'm just like, man. So yeah, if I had to nitpick, I think I would agree with you on that wholeheartedly.
Real quick on the YouTube, Reggie jumps in and says more like Patrick Willis. I'm guessing that's off the Devin Lloyd comp.
Okay.
Right, that's my guess. And
I'm not mad.
I'm not.
By the way,
no,
by the way, okay.
Absolutely not.
We'll take it.
And I pulled up those stats, and again, not mad at all. A ton of tackles, a tackle machine. I wonder, like Patrick Willis, you're seeing, 4 sacks this season, 4 sacks, 6 sacks, and then injuries played in. But I don't know if he's going to have the opportunity to rush the passer that much, right? I tend to lean, and again, my opinion, Reggie, you got one, and don't get me wrong. If he's Patrick Willis, I'm not mad at that. But I wonder, will he have the pass rushing opportunities there? And I also think he's proven he's pretty good with his hands, right? So Patrick Willis in his career, his high was 3 interceptions in a season. Devin Lloyd might get there next week.
He's trending.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I wonder if he'll be a guy that has more interceptions and sacks. But to that point, if they let him just rush the passer, right, if injuries pop up, if something happens, this or that, 6 sacks is definitely reasonable in a season where he's not a full pass rusher. So I'm with the comparison on that one as well. But either way, right, if either of those come true, I think the Jags they're going to be, pretty happy about that. What a pick. What?
Yeah.
Man,
boy,
what a decision. Oof. Because here's the thing. Like, don't get me wrong. Trent Baalke was not, like, watching the shows and, CBS 47, Fox 30, ESPN 690, those shows specifically. He wasn't listening to what everybody wanted him to pick because I think we all said, like, George Pickens, right? Go get a receiver, trade back in and get a receiver. And he's like, oh, I'm going to trade back in and get a linebacker. Good player, but I think at the time we were all like, okay, right? And then he talked to Stuart Weber after at the draft, only person he talked to, gave a nice Duval. We all fell in love with him, as we should have. And now we're like, hey, this guy might be the steal of the draft. And why wouldn't he be if he continues to play at this level? So I think it's a fascinating thing. Patrick Willis, Ray Lewis, either way, man.
You're going to a Pro Bowl. Well, not anymore. You'll be named to the Pro Bowl skills challenge.
I've been kind of busy today, and all I see on my Twitter is like,
no
Pro
more.
Bowl, no more. I'm like, what? What happened there?
I'm with you, Kasey.
Let's not jump past the fact that Brent Martineau definitely left the station and was headed to sneakers and realized he forgot his shirt.
Oh, yeah, he was going to TV.
And the show starts in, 35 minutes.
Boy.
We should monitor that. The race against time. Brent Martineau, will he make his TV show? We won't monitor it too much because I'm not going to text him and distract him. No texting and driving, but I think it'd be a fascinating little subplot to follow. Find out if he shows up on TV at 7 o'clock. But until then, stick here, obviously. And then once you see he's on, listen, Brent, love you, but come back. You know what I'm saying?
You can do both.
Because we're on till 7. Well, you can do both. Good. Listen, great call. Brent's on TV for a reason, right? You look at him, Jamal Agnew, right? It's TV. You can just listen to us on the radio. ESPN690 on the stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, TuneIn, Odyssey, iHeart app. Thank you. You didn't help.
I don't know.
We're all over the place is the point of the story.
All over the place.
And you could be listening wherever, but we appreciate you wherever you're at. We take a break. Overtime continues. We still got another hour to go. We take you to 7:30. And then we got some football action tonight, Monday Night Football. We'll talk about it as we go along, but it's Victory Monday and it's Overreaction Monday right here in Jacksonville. We'll be right back.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly clear and mild tonight, dropping into the upper 60s to lower 70s. Partly sunny for your Tuesday. Couple of showers possible in the afternoon, but still a largely dry day with highs near 85. All eyes on Hurricane Ian as it makes an approach to near Florida as we go through this week with increasing local impacts in the form of heavy rain and gusty winds by Wednesday and especially Thursday and Friday. From the CBS 47 at Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Bank how and when you want to with Community First. Get free checking with rewards and free digital tools that make managing your money simple and life simply better. Add an account at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
If you are involved in a legal dispute and are not sure of your options, call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000 and take back control of your life.
Office in Jacksonville.
Do you know a child who is deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired? The Florida School for the Deaf and Blind in St. Augustine offers a tuition-free educational program to prepare the child for a lifetime of success. FSDB offers free comprehensive education, transportation, and boarding services at no cost to all eligible deaf or blind students, elementary through high school, no matter where the student lives in Florida. Call 800-344-3737 or log on to www.fsdbk12.org to learn more.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the Chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the Chief. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and...
Oh, there goes the lamp.
You shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs, too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes! Loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jax. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN690.
Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton, otherwise known as the show with the best and longest music beds in the nation.
In the nation, okay?
Listen, you put a lot of work into this show, Brian. I appreciate you. You produced this show incredibly well. I will always give you a ringing endorsement for that. I appreciate you like no other. But you put work into the music beds, we gonna play them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You gonna let it marinate for the people.
I want the people to understand the work you put in for these music beds because
I understand.
Listen to me.
They take 20 seconds to really put in.
Listen,
okay.
hey, don't tell the people.
Right.
Listen to me closely here. When I tell you I have received more compliments about this show, like the number one compliment I get from this show is what I should have said, is about the music.
Hey!
Okay? And I look people dead in the face. I say, that has absolutely nothing to do with me. You're looking for the broadcast on Brian Middleton. That's the guy that puts in the good music. And he's on the 1s and 2s right now. Kasey Kuhrts with you as well as we continue to roll on Overreaction and Victory Monday ×2. For Victory Monday, the Jags win back after they put it on the Chargers. We talked about the defense in the first segment, as we should have. We will lead with the defense almost every show when they dominate. But you know who else dominated a little bit yesterday? You know who else cooked?
Who did?
Well, specifically a couple of guys, but the offense. And it starts with the quarterback. William Trevor Lawrence.
Willie Lawrence.
He was cooking. And listen, I will be the first to say it. Go back and watch the shows after week 1. I was extremely critical of Trevor Lawrence because I don't understand what happened there in that game. I think from the get-go, I'm not sure if I said this on the radio ever. I'm pretty sure I did. But I definitely said it off the radio and to Amanda. From the get-go in week 1, he did not look comfortable. I don't think. I'm talking from when they posted him walking off the bus to every single time you saw Trevor Lawrence week 1, I don't think it looked up to par. I think there was something there. I don't know what, and I care if it affects him. But, after what I've seen the last 2 weeks, bump that. That's done. The confidence is at an all-time high in the NFL for Trevor Lawrence. It looks like his receivers are making plays for him. He's throwing good footballs most of the time. Yes, to the point you made in the start of the show, he came out with a couple of high throws, maybe some jitters, whatever. But if you're going to get that out on the first drive and then go put up 30 whatever points after that, I'm cool with it. And this is just a subplot. Go look at the other first round and just quarterbacks in general from the draft last year. It's looking like a whole lot of yikes right now. Mac Jones has been very good as well. Mac Jones might be dealing with an injury. Justin Fields, I've never seen a town give up on something so quick. Justin Fields, they're crucifying him. And it hasn't looked great, I understand, but okay. If that's the route you want to go, okay. Zach Wilson hasn't played this year. Davis Mills, I was high on him. I'm still not giving up. But Trevor Lawrence is far and away proven why he's that guy. At least 3 weeks in, early on. And you want to jump in on Trevor Lawrence? I know you probably do. Because, there's not enough time in the world to talk about how all these guys are playing, but I do not want to leave you out if you got something for Trevor Lawrence.
Well, yeah, no, I co-sign mostly everything you said outside of I wasn't being critical of him after the Commanders game. I don't think you were super critical across the board with his play. I think you were frustrated with the way that it ended. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
And then that
Yes,
final
you are right.
pass, that final like 45, 50-yard toss just up in the air like a Hail Mary when we, there still was a slim
crazy
chance
thing.
to try to make things happen. So, yeah, I think that was where your frustration stemmed. But I agree with you. Listen, you've heard it. The generational talent. You're like, hey, this is why the guy's going number one. Look what he did since high school and at Clemson. This is, he's going to have some growing pains. But this is the beginning of what you would hope to see from a guy that you don't just consider your franchise QB or a number one overall pick, but like he is going to be rarefied air. That's the way that he was being pitched to, I think, most of the public coming out of Clemson.
Yeah.
These kind of games right here, and I have to go back to the point I was making earlier about the defense playing well. And I get it. Joey Bosa, he was out, I think, in the first quarter.
Yeah, but I mean, after Juwan Taylor put him on his back. But anyway.
Yeah, no, hey, but listen, even though they weren't at full strength,
Juwan playing good
this is what you want to see from your team against a team that's wounded. You don't want it to be 17-14 and they're down like three of the best four players, because then you're just like, well, I'm glad we still got the win, but boy, I mean, are they just that good, or maybe we just got so like good? And the way that the way that he either stood in the pocket and was making passes, progressions, reads, the way that I don't know how many of this was game plan, but the way that he was moving, whether he was rolling out, it didn't seem to be a lot of it being caused by pressure, even though that was impressive as well. A couple of plays, you could see he felt the pressure.
Yes.
And so he just calmly moved away from the pressure, kept his eyes up, hit guys in stride. Yeah, man, Trevor Lawrence, once again, is showing that he is a winner. And that all the stuff that he was saying even last year, even after the Commanders game, when he's like, oh, yeah, I'm frustrated, but hey, we just got to keep chopping away at the tree. We just got to keep, fighting. It's coming together. Like we get it in practice. I think you see now that a lot of it isn't just speak.
Yeah.
A lot of it isn't just like, oh, this is the prepackaged. This is what you do in order not to cause a ruffle. This is because you're the face of the franchise. I mean, you want that from the face of the franchise, but I think a lot of this is what he truly believes in the way that he approaches the game. So, yeah, I mean, it's nothing but mostly good things about Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, here's what we're going to do. Let's play that sound from Pat McAfee today, right? Be ready on the dump button. I'm pretty sure I got them all, but if I didn't, be ready, Brian. You're a good producer. Because there's something off of that I want to bring up that has to do with Doug Peterson. But this is earlier today, the Pat McAfee show. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find that on YouTube. But you might have heard him say this. It popped on social, at least for the Jags. Pat tweeted it out. But this is the gist of the clip when he was talking about the Jags quarterback, Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor had to think to himself, this is the most Bush League amateur of all time. Now, Doug Peterson, Super Bowl winning coach, former quarterback, probably speaks a lot of the same language as Trevor Lawrence, understands the NFL in a good way. I think Doug Peterson's still a little bit of I think players respect him both as a human and as coach. I think there is that type of relationship still. But the whole thought that Trevor Lawrence is going to be able to blossom and actually be given a shot and given an opportunity is what makes me happy. Because there's a chance that his career ends up the same way that a lot of guys' careers end up, and that's like, was he good in the NFL? No. Did he ever really have an actual opportunity if we were to dive into it? Probably not. No. You have no idea. Trevor, it seems like, is getting an opportunity, and he's making the most of it. Seems like he's growing every single week. And this performance against the Chargers, I think, is going to catapult them into a conversation piece at least. Yeah. So maybe Colts fans can relax because they got blown out by this team a week ago. But I think the Jags might be a team this year. Honestly, in the AFC South, just wiped out the AFC West. Okay? Yeah. Just wiped them out yesterday.
So just a little bit of the context there from before is the conversation was how Urban Meyer screwed this thing up, right? And how the road that they would have been going down had Shad Khan not made a decision to fire Urban Meyer was a first round, a number one pick bust route. And that's what Pat was saying there about, the fair chance. But the part I want to bring in that he said and is the Doug Peterson part. And I do want to adjust what was said there a little bit. He said he thinks that, Doug Peterson, they love him and they're playing for him, whatever. That's not a thing. That's the truth. They have to love this man. I don't know how as a fan you couldn't. But Doug Peterson, I think, is the reason that Trevor Lawrence is not going to make that throw against Washington again. The chuck up at the end of the game.
Okay.
Because think about it. Trevor comes off a year where literally that's the only way they're making plays. Chuck it up and hope. And then maybe my receiver will catch it. Maybe they won't. That's how bad things were last year. And Trevor might have gone back into that mode. He's like, you know what? I got to make a play because things are falling apart around me. Doug Peterson sees it. He's like, hold on. We don't have to do that no more. And that's coaching. And that's to me, the biggest jump with what Trevor Lawrence is doing right now. The week against the Colts, you could see the coaching was there. They schemed for what he was going to be good at. And he did it. And they just did it again. They replicated it, and they got a little bit more dangerous, right, in that Colts game. Now, granted, different scheme, I understand. Underneath, the crossing routes, boom, boom, pow, you hit them. This game, you see a little bit more of the deeper passing. That throw to Ingram, a dart. The throw to Zay Jones, when he stopped his route, cut back the other way on the move, it's a dart. Like, he's now making these throws consistently, right? We see some of these throws against the Colts at the end of the season last year to Marvin, or the Marvin throw in London. See how everything last year went to Marvin? He was the only one making catches. But I think what Doug Peterson has done for Trevor Lawrence can never, ever be understated.
Agree.
Doug Peterson, I'll give it to you after this. Doug Peterson saved Trevor Lawrence's career.
No overreaction Monday.
That's not an overreaction. Because there's a lot of things that go into that. Keep in mind, right? It was horrible in Jacksonville last year. Things were bad. Shadcott had to make the decision to look like an idiot and fire Urban Meyer. There are owners that might be too proud to do that. Because think about all the hoopla that went into that.
Yeah.
Shad was like, you know what? I goofed that. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to do what we need to do. And they almost goofed it again. I don't know who they were going to hire, right? There's reports out there that didn't come from this media group and company and family of people that said they were going to hire a different coach. I don't know how it would have gone if they hired that coach. But what I know is they finally got back to the adult in Doug Peterson, which every other team should have hired, by the way, that hired a new coach. I'm sure Derek Carr wishes he had Doug Peterson right now instead of an 0-3 McDaniels. But they finally make the right decision to Doug Peterson, and that's a no overreaction for me. You keep Trevor Lawrence with these unproven and not established coaches, you get a former quarterback in Doug Peterson who knows what it looks like. I think he saved his career. Flat and simple. No overreaction.
Hey, no, not at all. Just really quick before I give my 2 cents. This headline says Raiders are called to fire head coach Josh McDaniel. Wow. 3 weeks. That sucks, doesn't it? Raiders, Las Vegas, to have a team in turmoil, just losing. I don't know what that feels like right now, not this season. Anyway, yeah, Kasey, again, second everything that you're saying. Something else that helped Trevor out a whole lot since we're on the offensive side of the ball, and it's reciprocal. And honestly, you got to give Doug Peterson credit, but that run game and the 1-2 punch of Robinson and Etienne. And I know, number one, you look at Robinson's stats, he had the big play, so you're like, yeah, of course Robinson. But listen, again, that change of pace, what Travis Etienne's stats don't show you is that he did enough to where I got to worry about him too. And it's the TOO, that 2 part for a defense that gives the offense that much more of an advantage. Now, I'm not just going to focus. Robinson, he's out. Oh, Etienne's in. I don't have to worry about him. It's not like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, we gave him the ball. I think he got the ball maybe, 13 times at least rushing, and it was right under 50 yards. Not spectacular in the least. But the fact that he's on the field and he was making positive yards, on top of the fact that the receivers were catching the ball, on top of the fact that the offensive line 85-90% of the time were controlling the line of scrimmage, on top of the fact that Robinson actually was doing his thing. All these things work together. And so I again, co-sign everything you're saying about Doug Peterson. I will say probably the only team that really feels different might be the Dolphins, maybe the Giants if they win tonight. But listen, there's some people with coaches that weren't going to be fired that maybe Doug Peterson was out there. Maybe we should have looked at that as well.
Yes.
So, man, it's just amazing to see the offensive transformation of this team in under what's it been 9 months. I'm trying. When did he get hired on? It wasn't January, was it?
It was February. And
February.
March, yeah.
So in basically 7 or 8 months,
it's incredible, man.
like they could just hear it out.
Yeah,
all right,
I'm
hypothetically,
with you.
They could end up being 6 and whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're already 33% of the way there.
Yes.
6 and 11.
Yes.
And I think people may be a little bit disappointed because of how things started off, and it still would be an amazing transformation.
Yeah.
Just because of how things look on the field.
They're a real team now.
Yeah.
Like, listen, no disrespect to the players that were there or the coaches. I said this to Brent in a break earlier, actually this morning on Monday Morning Madness. I said it is so crazy how close the league is. Like, any team can really beat any team any given week. Like, it's a real thing. Like, you're seeing it this year. Teams are beating teams left and right. Like, the Bills just lost, and for the first 2 weeks, the Bills were world beaters. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then Brent said to me, he's like, and that's what's been so frustrating in this town, is the last 3 years, it wasn't competitive. Like, on the Jags, last year's a little different. On their best day, they did beat the Bills, and it was the Bills' worst day. But the year that they were tanking for Trevor, I did air quotes if you're on the radio, they couldn't have beat anybody on their best day. They beat Indianapolis because they didn't know what to expect from James Robinson. And Indianapolis can't win here. We've documented those things. But they had other games that they just, it wasn't competitive. And last year at times it wasn't competitive. But that's what this league is. And they weren't that. And to your point, how many months later, they might be not competitive. They might be a good team. They might be, right? We don't have that evidence yet.
Well, listen.
They might be, though.
Listen, they're a 2 seed right now. Got a little bit of pushback last week's tweet about,
that tweet popped for you. That was a good one.
You know the mayor? He liked one of the
I saw the mayor was on your
like,
tweet,
chill
bro.
out. And I was like, all right, calm down.
Calm down.
Huh?
Trying to get excited
You know
around
what I mean?
here.
Like the team that the mayor of the city of. Anyway, listen.
True,
they're a 2 seed. Huh? And you know who'd be coming to town? Do you know who'd be coming to town? Kasey Kuhrts. I feel like they probably said this earlier in the.
Just tell me. Go ahead. What you got?
It'd be the great value Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Here's the thing about that. Now, this is where Overreaction Monday kicks in.
There we go. Should have music.
The last 2 times the Bills have been here, it hasn't been good for them. Tyrod Taylor saw Jalen Ramsey a little too much, and they dominated in the playoff game. And then last year, Josh Allen dominated Josh Allen, right? So Buffalo, listen, you think Indianapolis has it bad here. Buffalo sure as heck doesn't want to come here. I don't care when it is in the year. September, November, January, which is when the playoffs would be, that would be absolutely wild. Jim on YouTube says, we want the Bills.
Now, I ain't say that now. Okay? I ain't afraid of the Bills, but I ain't say we want the Bills now.
Oh, I'm with it.
In the wild card? No, I'm good.
Come on.
I'm good. How about we just take that week off? That's what I want.
That's true.
Take
as
that
well.
week off.
That
Go ahead
is,
and get that 1 seed.
That is an option. That is an option. There's so much more on the offense. And we talked about Trevor and Doug Peterson, but you cannot undersell what Doug Peterson has done. You can't undersell what Trevor Lawrence is doing. And there's so many more guys. Luckily, we have an extra half hour because we got to take a break, Brian Middleton. We are way up against it. But we will do what we need to do. We will get back on track. And we got more about the offense. James Robinson, he deserves a whole segment. And to your point about Travis Etienne, I meant to get this in. And it slipped my mind, but now it's back. I'm going to do it before we go to break. I think it was genius to give him that last drive, to your point, because he's still figuring it out. He's technically still a rookie. He's not, but, He is. He is. So he's still getting his feet under him. Doug gives him that whole drive, like, hey, we're up big, and he was moving the football. When this guy gets clicking on full cylinders.
Fantasy God.
I mean, it's a yikes scenario for the rest of the league. Like, the AFC cannot be happy about this. The rest of the teams, I wouldn't be if I was in the AFC.
Are you writing that thank you letter to Urban yet? Are we there yet? 3 weeks in, Kasey.
We're not. When he gets clicking, we will be. We'll have to do it when he gets clicking because he's not there
We
yet.
should read him on the air.
But if he gets clicking, I think Tyson Campbell's really good. Trent Baalke deserves one.
Executive of the Year, Overreaction Monday.
I think that might be spot on. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We continue right after this. Stick with us.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
This is Paul Gray, founder of Gray Matter Distillery, inviting you to check out the new home of Jacksonville's first craft distillery in beautiful Atlantic Beach. Since 2014, we have been the proud distillers of such iconic local spirits as Car Vodka and Live Oak Whiskey. In our new distillery, you can enjoy one of our handcrafted cocktails made using only the freshest ingredients for only $8 a drink. Enjoy a cocktail, sample small batches of vodka or whiskey, or take a bottle home. Pick up your very own Gray Matter Distillery shot glass for free when you mention this ad. Come see us this weekend, and remember to please drink responsibly.
Well, that ding-dong doorbell company is at it again, admitting to giving out customers video footage over 11 times without the customer's knowledge or consent. This is outrageous. It's inexcusable. It's a breach of your privacy, freedom, and security. When a security company teams up with big tech companies, it means a privacy invasion of your home. It means your information is being sold and distributed without your knowledge. SafeTouch is on your side. SafeTouch equipment is installed by pros. SafeTouch doesn't collaborate with any big tech company. SafeTouch keeps your family secure without invading your privacy. SafeTouch allows you complete control of all your video footage and security, and you can be sure with SafeTouch that your doorbell and camera footage is safe and controlled by you and only you. Choose SafeTouch to fight crime and keep your privacy at the same time. Call SafeTouch today and check out what real security is all about and get free installation when you do. SafeTouch Security, doing what others can't for over 35 years. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. State license EF233.
The following message is sponsored by the Florida Department of Elder Affairs, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Medicare open enrollment is October 15th to December 7th. Volunteers with the Florida Department of Elder Affairs SHINE program are available to help with your Medicare questions, virtually or by phone during COVID-19. SHINE is open and ready to help you with local and unbiased counseling and assistance. Visit floridashine.org or call the Elder Helpline at 1-800-963-5337.
For survivors of domestic violence in Duval and Baker counties, Hubbard House provides free, confidential emergency shelter and services. Call our 24-hour hotline at 904-354-3114.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997, and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now. 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
Dave Benyon here with Zero Res. Fall is my favorite time of year. It's cooling down outside, and it's perfect weather for cleaning carpets and tile. For September, get your 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for $129, and we'll clean a 4th room for free. Zero Res spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jacks on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
Time with Kuhrts and Middleton. We roll along on a victory and overreaction Monday. Transparency for the folks. Everyone that hung through the break, y'all are real ones. But I got very excited talking about Trevor Lawrence, and we are up against the next break of the show, right? I got super excited. We were vibing. We played the Pat McAfee sound. Things are doing great. So I hate to tell you we got to go to another break, but we have another half hour to go, right? We're going to continue talking about the Jags because we are right here in Jacksonville, Florida. We're going to talk about Christian Kirk, James Robinson. All of these people deserve to be talked about, and we are going to do that. But we do have to take another break. I hate to say it, but I got to do things right or else they're not going to let us stay on the radio. And we know that the people want us on the radio. So we're going to take a break. We're going to do that. We're going to come back. We're going to pound through some more Jags content. We're throwing everything else we were going to do out. We're going to stick with the Jags. Brian Middleton's having a great day. The Jags won. The Carolina Panthers won. FSU won. South Carolina won. And in the famous words of Brian Middleton, come on, somebody. I love it, and it's a great line. So we're coming back right after this. More Jags content. Stick with us or join us tomorrow. One way or another, we appreciate you. We got Monday Night Football at 7:30, but until then, more OT with Kuhrts and Middleton. We'll be right back.
Ready to hit the road this fall? Maybe a trip to the mountains or over the river to Grandma's? Then listen up, because you need to rent a Toyota from Arlington Toyota. If you've tried to rent lately, then you know rental companies are short on inventory, but not our friends over at Arlington Toyota Rent-A-Car. Arlington has 2022 and 2023 models in stock and ready to rent at a great price. Plus, renting a Toyota is the best way to try it before you buy it. Go to arlingtontoyota.com, reserve your rental, and discover just how good Toyota Rent-A-Car can be.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith, Hall of Famer and all-time leading rusher with exciting news.
If you suffer from chronic joint pain, Emmitt Smith wants to introduce you to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in biologic treatment for pain. I'm talking regenerative solutions that encourage your body to heal and repair itself. No medications, no surgeries, no downtime.
If you have pain in your knees, hips, lower back, and shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatments. Learn more about how you can get lasting relief with biologic treatments that can repair and restore damaged tissue.
Call to learn more about this exciting natural way to deal with chronic joint pain. Play golf without pain, walk upstairs without pain, play with your kids and grandkids without pain, get back on your job without pain, live your life pain-free. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522.
Who's monitoring your security system? Do you even know? What if I told you you were being monitored in someone's house? Can you imagine someone working from home with all your information? Your family's security is dependent on how fast a worker responds to your alarm from their house. Unbelievable, right? Think again, because the largest company in America is doing just that. And pay attention to their ads. They now have teamed up with big tech. There goes your information and privacy. Plus, you're possibly being monitored from someone's home. Now you know why I have a Safe Touch home security system. The Safe Touch Monitoring Center is right here and fully staffed at their disaster-resistant monitoring station. Have you driven by the other guy's monitoring center? Don't bother. It's empty. Call now and find out what makes the Safe Touch 5-star security and surveillance system so outstanding, and right now get free installation. Don't just assume your family is safe. Know they are safe with Safe Touch Security. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com. State license EF233.
Do you want to play the stadium course while supporting a great cause? There's still a few places for the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Jacksonville Golf Classic, October 10th at TPC Sawgrass. Support RMHC of Jacksonville's mission to provide lodging, meals, transportation, and a community of care to critically ill children and their families who need to be near a hospital for treatment. Golf package includes breakfast, lunch, premium tea gifts, and much more. Register today at rmhcjacksonville.com. It's the RMHC of Jacksonville Golf Classic at the Players Stadium Course, October 10th. rmchcjacksonville.com.
On the go, you own it. At Community First Credit Union, you can own it all. There's nobody quite like you, so be yourself and bank your way at Community First. Get free checking with rewards, your paycheck deposited a day early, and other benefits like Zelle. An easy way to pay family and friends for complete control of your money. Go ahead, own it. Add an account at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union. Just be yourself. Federally insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
We're local, you're local. Shop local. Please shop local retailers right here in the 904.
Shop the 904.
When you shop local retailers, you're making an investment in our community.
When you shop locally owned businesses, most of the money you spend with them stays right here in our community. Shop these great local businesses.
Air conditioning, David and Associates, Farah and Farah, Florida Eye Specialist, Rhino Shield, Peterbrook Chocolate.
Now, more than ever, we need to support local businesses and shop the 904.
They're a big part of what makes living in the 904 so great. To get your business listed, email shopthe904@cmg.com. That's shopthe904@cmg.com. Get your business listed.
Shop the 904.
To get your business listed, email shopthe904@cmg.com.
What's up? It's Kasey. Check out the podcast Action Sports Jacks on ESPN690, wherever you get your podcasts.
Broadcasting live from the ESPN 690 Anna Jar and Levine studios. Anna Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000. ESPN 690. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690.
I'm Mark Robbins. Hey, we got an interesting Monday night matchup kicking off in, about an hour and 15 minutes. The Giants hosting Dallas. Now, the 2-0 Giants have got things going for running back Saquon Barkley just a bit, and that's the plan of attack tonight for the G-Men against Dallas, according to ESPN Giants reporter Jordan Raanan. And that's because Jordan says the passing game's not getting time to get things going.
And if you look at the numbers heading into this week, the quarterback who was pressured the most was Daniel Jones, 51% of his dropbacks. So the team is just not set up for them to go out and sling the ball around the yard and say, okay, we need Daniel Jones to go out there and win it with passing. Like, it would go poorly. I mean, trust me, we've seen plenty of that over the previous 3 years. So I think it's more out of necessity than anything.
That's Jordan Raanan on ESPN Radio's Game Night. Giants and Cowboys, 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN, ESPN2 for the Manning Cast, and the ESPN app. Browns Pro Bowl defensive end Myles Garrett hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, suffered in a one-car crash today after he left the team's facilities. A female passenger in the car also taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Police say both were wearing seatbelts. Patriots quarterback Mac Jones keeps driving home the point. He's taking things day to day with a high ankle sprain he suffered yesterday against the Ravens. What do I mean? Well, he used that phrase 9 times while answering questions in a video conference from the Pats facility today.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
It's just a tough situation, and you're not used to seeing Tampa Bay's offense look this way. Your tight end isn't what you thought it was. The running game isn't quite the way you want it.
The guys will be back Tuesday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
ESPN 690. If you hung through the break, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, in your car. If you're sitting in the driveway right now because you wanted to hear the exciting conclusion of overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton, let me check some of the numbers for the stream. I can't check the radio numbers live. That's not how radio works. Man, we got to Middleton.
I don't even know what you saw, but I'm going to go with it.
When I tell you that most people that were here are still here.
Okay.
That is incredible.
That's encouraging.
Truly, we were talking about it in the break. Can't thank you enough for being here. Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We know you have a lot of options. I know a lot of them are not as good as us, which is fine.
A lot of them aren't.
A lot of them
are
not. One that is Brent Martineau on TV right now, Jags Report Live. If you went there, we understand.
Simulcast.
But there you go, simulcast. But we appreciate you being here, and we will continue with the Jags conversation on a Victory Monday ×2. We hope to get up to like ×10 in the Victory Monday category and Overreaction Monday as well. And we got to start. We got to start this hour as we lead towards Monday Night Football right here on the station. We got to start with James Robinson. You brought it up a little bit. James Robinson. I can't even fully explain how undervalued he is by the league, right? The undrafted part of it, we all know. The injury part of it was catastrophic. He then comes on Action Sports Jax in the summer, and we were kind of joking with him, right? Oh, we'll see, mid-season. He said, well, no, I'll be back. And we were like, okay, James, right? I'm telling you, listen, there's conversations that happen in here that aren't on the radio. And we, the three of us, Austin Lane, Brent Martineau, and myself, were like, I think he's just, trying to, talk himself into it. And then he was back. And he's back to the level he was, if not better. This guy is making plays. This guy, the speed that he had, granted, he's not the fastest dude in the league, but he's moving, and he was moving on that touchdown. He's the power runner that they were missing, obviously, in the preseason because he didn't play. But he's at full health. He's at full strength. And Brian Middleton, this isn't an overreaction. He's one of the best running backs in the league. If you drafted James Robinson at #1 overall in fantasy right now, you would be thrilled. That's how good he's been.
As of week 3, James Robinson is a top 3 running back in the league. Top 2 if you push me.
I'm pushing.
And that's just where I'm at. The story, it has all the makings of something that you want to hear out of, TV or the movies, just from the beginnings. And then it even has the arc, but then it has the little valleys, especially from last season. You get I get a weird doghouse with a coach. I mean, I don't even want to call it that, no one has ever said that. I'm just from the outside looking in with him in the Urban Meyer and it was just like, why isn't he on the field if he can actually play? And then he actually does get hurt.
Yeah.
And he comes back here and, there's a thing about sports that you got to love. And one of those things is the equality of it, right? Because it don't matter, skin tone or, any of this, like where you came from or college you came from.
Sure.
It matters, can you play on the field, on the court, on the baseball, diamond? Like, can you perform? And especially with the NFL, it feels like, listen, if you get a chance, and you probably will because injuries happen, or there are, they get so many people that you can actually get onto, the training camp roster and whatnot. If you can fight your way onto there, then that is an opening potentially for you. And so James Robinson and what he has done in his time here, his short time here in Jacksonville, has been nothing close, but nothing short of just a story in perseverance, in execution, and watch this one, Kasey.
I'll watch
He's
it.
getting better.
He's
getting
thing.
better. And for him to be like this coming off of the injury he came off of, it wasn't a shoulder injury that he had. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't out for a concussion or something like that.
Yeah.
Like this, when you start dealing with injuries to, your legs, your feet, your ankles, things like this, anything sport-wise, like you, especially with a skill position,
air quotes for the radio.
You think, this could have a bigger effect. This could have something that really, hinders his career. And it almost puts me into the mind of, right? Not quite, because we have to wait to see him the whole season. Adrian Peterson had an injury.
Coming off the injury.
And he came back, and I was like, somebody drug test him. And I say that jokingly because he came back even better.
Whose Achilles did they give him?
You know what I'm saying? And with watching James Robinson these first 3 weeks, but especially when he broke that long run, you're genuinely happy for him.
100%.
Because you know, especially if you know his backstory and you know what happened last season, and he's coming back and he's proving everybody wrong again. Somebody gonna pay James Robinson.
Yes, they are.
He keep doing this. Somebody absolutely gonna pay him, and he's worth every penny. Kasey Kuhrts.
Every penny, and that's the scary part, is what you just said, and it's something that I think we can lose track of because I have until you said it and it clicked in my head. He burst on the scene. By the way, I want to get this in right now because it fits well with what we're talking about. I've done a lot of radio today, so I forget who said it. It's actually, we're going on 6.5 hours. I think it was Andy from the UK, okay? And it was a good point, and it's one that you forget about. They cut Leonard Fournette because they thought James Robinson was him. It's been like 3 regimes since then, but that was a decision they made. And then James came out in his rookie year, and well, he was him. And he was so good. And then last year, Urban Meyer predetermined, before he was even here, that James Robinson wasn't his guy. And first of all, kudos to James for not quitting on the organization, because a lot of people would. I got a bad attitude sometimes. I probably would have. James stuck through it. All the crap that happened with Urban Meyer, gets hurt. Like, listen, I'm not saying he was there, but I'm saying if that was me, that's all I can do is put myself in the situation. How I was treated by the organization and the injury, I'd be at the lowest of lows. And James Robinson was like, no, I'm just going to battle back. I'm going to be stronger and faster and all those things than he ever was, and I'm going to come out and score 4 touchdowns in 3 games. And you forget that coming off the rookie season that he was a rookie because it was just so easy. And to your point, he's getting better. And if there's more to go from where James is at, watch out, somebody, because this guy's going to be a problem. I think the Adrian Peterson, listen, overreaction Monday, so there's probably somebody out there that's like, hey, chill out, the broadcast on. But at the same time, I understand the comparison you're making. And if he's going to score 4 touchdowns in 3 games and keep that pace throughout the season, yeah, he's there. He would get to that point.
And another thing that is going to continue to help him, and like I said in the last hour, the reciprocation between the run game and the passing offense. Listen, you can't just key in on James Robinson. And I don't know how many defenses over his time here have been like, hey, this is the guy we need to stop. But he can hurt you and he can burn you. But here's the deal. When you got the offensive line performing the way that they are, because that shouldn't be understated as well.
Absolutely.
Somebody's opening up these holes. Somebody is making sure that he has time to get, to at least the line of scrimmage without being touched, so that he can hit it with a full head of steam. Somebody's allowing, Trevor to stand upright for the most part, more plays than not. But the fact that you can't just key in on him, you can't bring 7 to 8 guys in the box and just be like, well, you're not going to beat us. It's going to make things even better.
Yes.
Like this
they
is
are not
all very
one-dimensional
fine-tuned.
at all.
Absolutely.
Which they were when James was a rookie, by the way. To your point, not to cut you off, but they've got so many options and targets, James, and then even ETN. And then you talk about the pass catchers, and they're incredible. Hey, I want to bring this up from YouTube, by the way, before we go any further. Jim, thanks for hanging out with us. Real question, are the Jaguars a wild card team or bust from this start to the season?
What do you think?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That's quick.
I do, because look, think about this. You've got a 2-game advantage for the wild card on teams like the Raiders. Actually, you got 2 on the Raiders. You got, who else has been disappointing?
Bengals.
You got a game on the Bengals. You got a game on
Steelers.
Good one. The Chargers now are, you got a game on the Chargers, right? So
and a tiebreak.
And a tiebreak. Great call. So you have this advantage over some of these teams we thought were going to be pretty good. I don't think the Raiders are going to go winless this season. Like, the Raiders are going to come around. But you have this lead on teams that might be able to catch you. I think they're the best team in the AFC South by far. I don't think Tennessee's that good, but I do think they've had their problems against Tennessee. That's well documented. They have to get over that. That's another hurdle that they will have to get over. They'll have to stop Derrick Henry. If they stay in this form, it seems like they're going to be able to do that. Because I'll tell you one thing. I'm not scared of Ryan Tannehill at all. Not one bit. Okay. They need to take care of their business against Houston. You got to beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. And now I put them in that category. Beat the Giants. Beat the Jets. Beat the Texans. I don't think the Colts are better than them, right? Denver might be 2-1. I'm not scared of Denver at all, especially with the Jags defense. Denver doesn't scare me one bit. So now you have these games that are looking more winnable than they might have at the beginning of the season. So yes, it's week 3 and it's overreaction Monday, but I think you got to put that on them.
I disagree humbly, Kasey Kuhrts.
Okay.
Most people going into the season would have been happy with 7, would have been
very
happy with 8, and would have been over the moon with 9 wins. Now, does 9 wins get you into the wild card? Potentially.
Maybe with how some of these other teams have started.
Potentially, yeah. But I'm telling you right now, there's going to be probably a couple of valleys. Maybe even three moments of valley, meaning like just low points this season for the Jags. Or not necessarily low points, but it's just going to be like, man, you know what I mean? Like, kind of like the Washington game.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be the difference between, making the playoffs and not. All I want to see from them is at least 6 wins to 7 wins.
Okay.
Anything else is icing on the cake. I am in the camp where it's not wild card or bust. I think they're playing with house money. Now, do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Where they're playing right now, yeah, I think they are.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's wild card or bust. I think they're just playing with house money right now this season, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I think that's going to be a hard – I appreciate you for being there because you're probably right. But I think it's going to be hard to get there now because you just beat the Chargers.
That's fair.
Listen, don't let them beat the Eagles.
Yeah, come ask me that question if they beat Philly.
If they beat Philly
holy smokes,
at all, even slightly handily, I don't know how you don't lose your mind. Philadelphia is so good. And they're going to be a tough challenge, especially on the road. Like, as highly as I just talked about this team for 6 hours and 15 minutes at this point, I'm not going to pick them to beat Philadelphia. But it's possible. Because when you start to look at some of those things, like, can Tyson Campbell lock up an A.J. Brown or Devonta Smith? Possibly. And it's going to be a good test. Can that pass rush get after Jalen Hurts? Possibly. It's going to be a good test. So it's not going to be a rout, I don't think, in terms of Philadelphia. It should be a really good football game. But if you take that out of it, Brian, like they got a schedule that's somewhat winnable because of what they've been, right? The strength of schedule and all that. Like, you look up and down it, they still play the Jets. You play the Texans twice. You play the Giants. You got the Colts again. Like, there are winnable games on this schedule. So I think it's going to be hard if you steal a game like you just did with the Chargers, and maybe they don't steal one against the Eagles, but Denver, but the Raiders. Those are games that at the start of the season we said would have to be stolen. Now the narrative's changed on that. But if you keep stealing some of these games, I don't know.
But that's just the point right there. I think that's where they're at now. It's like, okay, some of these games look winnable that didn't look winnable before.
Yes.
That doesn't mean wild card or bust. I think that when you start talking about, championship or bust, wild card or bust, playoffs or bust, that's one of those things where more times than not, you're looking at the rest of the actual schedule, or you're looking at the beginning of the season, and you're just like, yeah, that's a win, that's a win, that's a win, that's a win. Yeah. What you're saying is now it's more up in the air with it leaning towards our side. Yes. But that just comes because, we've been showing out for, honestly, the past 3 weeks. So that's why I'm not going to say wild card or bust, even though they keep playing like this. I think they are going to make the playoffs. But, hey, man, if you want to say wild card or bust, hey, man, play with expectations. That's the final form, right? That's what great teams do.
Yep.
Absolutely. So have the expectations on you. We got a bunch of winners on this team. I mean, from college mostly, but I'm just saying they know what that means. They have that expectation of, okay, we got to win. We can't lose to this team. We can't lose to, I was going to say Wake Forest, but, they're good now. I'm trying to think of an ACC opponent.
Georgia Tech.
Yeah, we can't lose to Georgia Tech. Well, Clemson.
Literally.
Or with Florida State, the way they're playing right now. So,
shout out to Florida State. Well, listen, there's so much good to talk about with just everything in most of the sports teams that people support in this city outside of the Florida Gators. Holy yikes. But
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you. I just looked at the stream chat. Yeah, they should do that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kasey Kuhrts.
No, I'm just saying there's so much good to talk about. Like, we had an hour and a half today, and we still couldn't get FSU in. We will get FSU in throughout the week. But I want to finish the show, Brian Middleton, with the offensive line because I got some thoughts. Jawan Taylor, Cam Robinson, Brandon Sheriff, Ben Barch, and Luke Fortner. The boys protecting Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, they did.
Deserve some flowers. So we'll finish up the show with them before we go to Monday Night Football. It's overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. We'll be right back.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly clear and mild tonight, dropping into the upper 60s to lower 70s. Partly sunny for your Tuesday. Couple of showers possible in the afternoon, but still a largely dry day with highs near 85. All eyes on Hurricane Ian as it makes an approach to near Florida as we go through this week with increasing local impacts in the form of heavy rain and gusty winds by Wednesday and especially Thursday and Friday. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds, where now you can buy like a dealer buys.
If you've been injured on the job and are not receiving the benefits you're entitled to, call me, Glenn Levine, at the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 904-600-4000. That's 904-600-4000, and take back control of your life.
Office in Jacksonville.
See dealer for complete details. Jeep Adventure Days.
Tailgate at the stadium in style with a brand new SUV from Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside. We've got Compass, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and more, much more. Why not drive the most celebrated SUVs on the planet? We've got a great selection, and we can even factory order one just the way you need it. Jacksonville Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Westside.
I-295 and Commonwealth Avenue.
Westside.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you have kids like me, you know that getting them to clean around the house is almost impossible, especially sweeping. But I found the secret in my house. Swiffer's Sweeper Races. The Swiffer Sweepers are light and maneuverable and actually pretty fun. And the first kid to clean their whole space without missing a spot and making it back to the start is the winner. Actually, I'm the real winner. The Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. So now let's go off to the races. The Swiffer Races.
Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690, and you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jax on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jax. Watch, listen, subscribe.
Overtime with Kuhrts and Middleton. The power 6 minutes left in the show. It's been a day. It has been a day. And if you've been listening at any point in time, we appreciate you. But I know there are some of you out there that heard Monday Morning Madness a little bit, heard some Brent and Friends a little bit, heard this show a little bit, maybe even watched some TV coverage that we have for you. Y'all are the real ones. We appreciate you if you're here. We're excited to do it and bring you the content, and that's what we strive for as we continue on a Monday at 7:22. We got football coming up at 7:30, Monday Night Football. Westwood runs coverage. We will take you there. But before we do that, we go full circle. We talk about pretty much every position on the Jacksonville Jaguars right now, and we go to the offensive line, Brian Middleton, and we got to. Yep, we got to.
My dogs. Huh?
It's incredible. It is incredible. And we'll start with Jawan Taylor because Jawan Taylor is playing so well right now. And I'm excited for him because behind the scenes, good dude, right? When I went to LA last year, LA's kind of cool with the stadium. You might have saw it in Brent's video this year. But if you're in like first of all, not everyone can sit in these seats, right? You are like on the field. But you can stay in there for like a certain amount of time last year after the game. And last year when I was there, we were on the field after the game and the players were like walking out and there was still some fans in there and they had just got obliterated. They got demolished by the Rams. And I won't forget it. I couldn't post the videos because of like the COVID rules. I'm not sure if the players were supposed to interact with the fans. But like everybody was walking out, nobody was paying any attention, and Jawan Taylor and Josh Allen like went over, talked to the fans. It was like a cool moment, right? It was just, it felt good to see.
Okay.
But Jawan Taylor's been that guy, right? Good dude. And he has gotten a lot of hate for the way he's played the last couple of years. And this year, nobody wanted this man to be the starting right tackle. Like if you're trying to tell me that you did, you're lying to yourself. Because like that, we hadn't made that decision as a fan base. Like people had moved on. Walker Little, that's our guy, right? Jawan Taylor wins the job, and fans collectively, all right, we'll see. And man, is he playing good.
Y'all see it.
He is playing great football.
Yeah.
I couldn't be happier for him. I don't know him personally, but I could not be happier for him. Great dude. And he's playing to get his bag. You know what I'm saying? Contract year, you do what you got to do. And I'm happy for him. On the flip side, Cam Robinson. Some of y'all didn't want Cam Robinson paid.
That's what I heard.
And I said, hold on, let's lock this up. You got a good player. You can't afford to lose good players. They make that decision, and boy, it's paying off for him. The tackles are playing out of their minds. And will there be times this year where we're critical of them?
Probably.
I would bet probably. But at the same time, if we're going to be critical of them in 3 weeks, we need to give them their flowers right now because they're playing well. Luke Fortner, Clay Harbor was a bit. We're happy with Luke Fortner.
Yeah.
Clay Harbor was critical of him.
Yeah.
For earlier weeks, right? And since about halfway through that Colts game, he's figured it out.
Yeah.
Again, a rookie, and not a first-round rookie.
Yes, Kasey. Yeah, that's really fair. I'm not cutting you off. I'm really just agreeing right there. Halfway through that Colts game, yeah.
He figured it out, and now he's the anchor of your team. And by the way, might be for 10 years, right? I mean, it's just the character development of this team it's incredible. And I won't leave out the guards. Sheriff, listen, the pull on the Robinson touchdown was great. He made a great block, but he's solid. We knew what we were getting, and they've gotten that. Ben Barch is better, right? Ben Barch is playing a little bit. Play with confidence. When these guys play with confidence, it looks good on them. And they're going to continue to do that. This is a fun team if they have that swag, if they have that confidence. In this offensive line, you can't give them enough credit. Because we've seen what it looks like when Trevor's not given time and is not comfortable. Yep. It's very ugly. But it is for most teams. But when they've given him this time and this opportunity to cook, when they give him the ingredients, he's cooking. And the wide receivers are feasting. Can you tell I'm hungry? Talking about feasting and ingredients, you know what I'm saying? Been a long day, bro.
Been a long day. 8 a.m., 7 a.m., 7:30, right? I don't know what time you got up.
6:30.
6:30.
Listen, people get up early, you know what I'm saying? I'm not bragging about getting up early. Brent Martineau, he's the one that flew back, went to bed at 4 and got up at like 7.
Oh, I thought he might have slept on like the private jet that he flew back on.
Oh, he might have got a little bit of sleep on the jet.
Okay.
But anyway, it's been a long day. We appreciate you hanging with us. Brian Middleton, the broadcast on the ones and twos. That guy. Hey, by the way, we got football coming up on the station. The Monday Night Variety. Who you got winning the football game?
I know you love Cooper Rush, but I want a good story, so I'm going with the Giants.
Here's the thing about the Giants. You said it earlier when we were talking about the coaches. Some of these teams, like, do they love their coach? The Jags love Doug Peterson. Like, do the Raiders love their coach right now? I don't know. They're 0-3. I think the Giants love their coach, Brian Dable. He's that type of guy. So I'm with you. I think Cooper Rush, he's playing pretty well, but I think the Giants are rallying around their coach. Early in the season, they like this guy and they like what he's bringing. I will take the Giants as well against all odds. Monday Night Football coming up on the station. We're back tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Enjoy the football. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
See dealer for complete details. Jeep Adventure Days.
Tailgate at the stadium in